Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nick Tran, and I am with the NAAAP Washington, D.C. chapter. Thank you for taking your time out of your day to virtually attend the 2020 NAAAP Leadership Conference. I know that things are different right now and that we all have to shift and adapt to changes. Like the Asian Hustle Network just said, it's not perfect, but we are making it work. You are all here to listen to the amazing story of Admiral Nguyen, a refugee survivor of the Vietnam War, how his life was not only shifted, but basically upended, yet how he was able to overcome and lead one of the largest organizations in the US Navy. To help facilitate the story, I am introducing you to our moderator, Mr. James Cheng, a U.S. Air Force veteran himself. He is the global head of diversity, inclusion, and equity at ZmmerBioMet, a publicly traded leading medical device company. Prior, he was the global director for inclusion, diversity, and talent acquisition at Gilead Sciences. Hailing from NAAAP, Minnesota as a chapter director, please welcome James.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. So I would like to first say I am humbled and honored to have our guest today. A little highlight on our guest, Rear Admiral Huan Nguyen immigrated to the United States in 1975 after the fall of Saigon. He's the first Vietnamese American to achieve flag rank. He's a 1981 graduate of the Oklahoma State University with a Bachelor's of Science in Electrical Engineering. He holds a master's degree in electrical engineering from Southern Methodist University, engineering from Purdue University, and information technology with highest distinction from Carnegie Mellon University. He received a direct commission in the Reserve Engineering Duty Officer program in 1993. His operational tours include multiple waterfront maintenance assignments, including test officer aboard USS Kitty Hawk during restricted availability at ship repair facility Yokosuka, and officer in charge of Detachment 113, ship repair facility Yokosuka, Japan. Later, he served as executive officer and chief engineer for Joint Counter Radio Control and provides explosive device electronic war, otherwise known as CREW, field office in Camp Victory, supporting multiple national corps Iraq, and CREW engineer with Task Force Paladin and the Combined Explosive and Exploitation Cell supporting Combined Forces Command Afghanistan. He was instrumental in the stand-up of Joint Crew Composite Squadron 1 in Iraq. Staff assignments included director, military programs at Naval Sea System Command, otherwise known as NAVSEA, executive officer of NAVSEA enlisted personnel, and engineer duty officer, community manager, reserve component. Most recently, he served as deputy chief information officer, NAVSEA. Selected reserve assignments included command of 5 units with NAVSEA, U.S. Pacific Fleet, and the Office of Naval Research. Currently, he is the deputy commander, cyber engineering, Naval Sea Command, as I mentioned, NAVSEA. Admiral Nguyen's personal awards include the Legion of Merit, 2 awards, Bronze Medal, Meritorious Service Medal, and Navy Commendation Medal, 2 awards. He had the honor of serving with teams that have been awarded the Joint Meritorious Unit Award, Navy Unit Commendation, and Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation. Please help us welcome Admiral Nguyen. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
Hey, thank you, James. Thank you, Nick, for allowing me to be a speaker today at NAAAP. So it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you again for that introduction.
So, Admiral, if you don't mind, could you tell us a little bit of your journey through your career here with the Navy, as well as what brought you to us?
Yeah, so my journey really started back in when I was in Vietnam. For many of you who knows me, my family was killed by the communist insurgent back in 1968. That they killed both my mom and dad and 5 other siblings. I survived that attack. I lived with my uncle, and then in 1975, when the country was collapsing, I had the fortune of escaping the country and then came to Guam as a refugee, as a political refugee. At that point, when I came to Guam, I was a refugee, young refugees. I was treated extremely with dignity and respect with the young sailors and Marines and folks that helping us, treating us like their families. And it was a quite an experience for me because it really shaped how I then serve a life of service to the United States Navy. From Guam, we traveled to Oklahoma, went to Oklahoma State, as James had mentioned, and then established a job, having a family. I have 3 children. They're all adult now, 2 girls and a son. And I'm extremely proud of them. But that's pretty much it. I joined the Navy late in my life, so I do have a career on the outside and do understand some of the challenges being Asian American in outside with the in the industry and all. But you know, at the end of the day, my service to the Navy, I could only rephrase what President Kennedy had said, right? There's no greater joy, there's no greater honor to serve our United States Navy. And that's what I feel. That's really how I feel about serving your country, serving your nation.
Thank you, sir. It is an honor. So I do have a couple quick questions, if you don't mind. So
Sure.
One question that comes to mind right away is, what exactly is cyber engineering and digital transformation? So our civilian population can understand how that works, and how do you lead visibly and invisibly to them?
Yeah, great question. That's we are new directorates here at NAAAP. I had the honor to stand that up just about 6 months ago. Vice Admiral Moore, then Commander of Naval Sea System Command, understand the challenges and the need for establishing these directorates. And I happen to be one with some experience there, so really a great honor to establish that directorates. As you're aware of, and many of you know, right, today's society, everything we do, everything we touch, they are all computerized. They all have embedded Internet of Things that driving your life every day. You walk to your car, you walk into the car, it's like there's 30 to 40 embedded computer system in the car. Imagine that, right? Comparing to the early days where there's one single wire that connecting all the electrical system in the car. That's no longer the case. You walk into your home, you have Alexa helping you with other things, right? Telling you about this and that, playing your favorite music and others. So every single day, every day of your life is computer driven. That's no different than the United States Navy. Our platforms, our weapon systems, our system of systems, all of that contain a sort of a computing system in itself, right? And so that is a big transformation. That is something that, as from a cyber engineering perspective, our job is to make sure that we prevent, protect, and recover all of our assets, platforms, system of systems, components, and sensors, all of that against cyber attack, right? I mean, again, we have state and non-state actors that constantly probing and attacking our system. So that's a job that for us to make sure that that doesn't, that we are protecting against those every day. On the digital transformation side is really about leveraging the technology, leveraging our network and our cloud computing infrastructure, the machine learning, the artificial intelligence, all of that to gain our advantage from a weapon system perspective. It increase our lethality, improve our warfighting capabilities. So that's kind of in a nutshell what the NAAP CO3 is all about. We still discover new things that we do every day. We're still trying to innovate it. We're trying to respond to the different challenges, but I think it's a great job. And to people outside, I think you will understand right away why we need those capabilities.
Absolutely. That is a lot on your shoulders, sir. Again, thank you for taking that on. So with that, I would love to kind of explore through your journey of growing and how you evolved as a leader. So with this type of work, especially in a new place, how do you think that your leadership has evolved? And how did it help you in advancing in your Navy career, especially dealing with so much?
Yeah, well, great question, James. First of all, I mean, go back to your question about a lot of my shoulder. Really, I have a lot of smart people that helping me, right? We have a great workforce here. We have a lot of people with a lot of knowledge. So they are part of the team that trying to help me and also driving the enterprise to where we want to go. So I just want to make sure that it's not just me, it's really about a team, because it related to the leadership style, right? As I mentioned earlier, I came to this country through Guam, and my first experiences as we landed in Guam, I have these sailors, the Marines. I mean, they go all the way out to help us, right? They took us in. They really taken care of us, and it goes above and beyond what their normal duties are. And you know what those are, right, James? You know, every day we have our special duties, but at the same time, you know, this is going above and beyond that, and that just touched my heart, right? This is about taking care of other people, taking care of people that you don't even know. It's about service before self, right? And that's one of the mantra for the U.S. Air Force, and you know that, right? And I feel the same way. I'm being a servant leader. I'm out there. I'm taking care of the people. It's an honor to serve, and so it's our job to make sure that we take care of the people that's serving with us. I can relate it to you a story about 15 years ago, and when I was deploying Iraq in a combat zone, right? And I was in charge of these young sailors and Marines and soldiers, right? And they going out there doing their mission, and they come back, they got shot at and all of that. They came back, and the next day they will put on their uniform and going out again. And you're scratching your head and you're asking the question, why are you doing that every day, right? And most of the time the answer will come back, because I'm going out there really is because of my buddies, right? I'm going out there because of the people that I want to take care of. I don't want to leave them behind. I don't want them to get in harm's way. And that's how I feel about it. We have a chance. Being a servant leader is really about taking care of the people, about taking care of others, right? About serving a greater cause than ourselves. But then over time, as I get higher in the leadership rank, one of the things that I'm morphing into is that now is about us providing that vision. What I would call it a transformational leaders. Provide the vision, provided the guideline, the roadmap, if you will, that allows people to, hey, we need to move it to a greater things. We need to get better. We need to innovate it. We need to do more things better, right? So aspiring people to get better and aspiring people to go to a bigger vision, a better vision, so that they can serve our country, serving our nation, so that we continue to be the greatest Navy on earth. We continue to be the greatest nation on earth.
Absolutely. Then I'm curious to ask, with that, and what sounds like has evolved for you, that leadership style and otherwise, do you have a pivotal moment that you can remember in your career that helped you realize, this is how I want to lead, this is what leadership meant? Do you have one of those moments?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mentioned earlier, right? I joined the Navy late. I was very successful working in industry, becoming a senior VP for one of the major bank and all of that, right? But then every day, right, I come home and it's not all about the money, right? And you think about it, I feel like there's something missing in my life. If I walk back a little bit about years earlier, when I first became a permanent resident in the United States, I went to school. I wanted to join the Navy, and the recruiter basically turned me down. He said, "Well, you only have a green card. You can't be joining the Navy. You can't join the armed forces." That was kind of breaking my heart a little bit, right? I feel like, hey, I want to repay the debt to this country. I want to do what I can, because without this country adopting me, bringing me here, I would be lying dead somewhere. That's the truth, right? And this country had given me so much. I want to repay that. I want to repay that debt. So as I'm becoming more successful on outside in the industry, doing a lot of good stuff, I mean, I still feel a little bit empty in my soul. How do I repay this country? As I mentioned, it's not all about the money. It's not all about the glory. It's about serving your country, about doing something that greater than yourself. And that was a transformational moment for me, right? I wake up every day, I was looking at myself in the mirror, okay, here we are putting on the suit, going to work, and I was like, that's not the only thing that matters, right? How do I preserve the democracy? How do I preserve the way of life of what this country given to me 10, 15, 20 years ago? How do I keep that spirit going for the next 20, 30, 50 years? How do we make the US as the I would call it the guiding post, the
North Star,
the beacon for the world, right? The North Star for the world. And that's really what I want to do. So, and I had no regret ever since.
I am humbled by that. Thank you, sir, on that. So with that, I'm going to like to kind of pivot a little bit. Now I'm going to kind of dive into an area that is part of my day job. I very much understand what you were saying about how it's important to give back, how it's important to honor the opportunity this country has afforded us. So as mentioned, my role is in diversity, equity, and inclusion. So I kind of want to talk a little bit about it. Of course, our audience is a strong population of Asians in this audience. So I kind of want to tap into that a little bit. And especially as you, as the first Asian representative of a flag level in the Navy is very unique. So what do you see are the struggles of Asian sailors and Asians in society today? What will be your thoughts and ideas on this?
Hey, James, that's a great question, right? I'm going to kind of like go outside the Navy policy a little bit here, talking about, because it's really a matter near and dear to my heart. But first of all, let me correct this. I'm not the first Asian American to be wearing the flag of the United States Navy, or for that matter, in the armed forces. We have a lot of other Asian American who had attained a lot higher rank than myself, right? There's Chinese American who are that friends of mine that are flagging the United States Navy. We have Japanese that are, being in the armed forces. General Shinseki, you know that, and a lot of others have gone before us, who breaking ground for us, right? I'm just happen to be the first Vietnamese American, so I just want to make sure that no issue at all. But I think that the issue that we are facing as Asian American, right? And I would say this: it's not just for Asian American; it's for the rest of other minority group, for everyone else, for the women, for Black, African American, for brown, for all the different minority group. This is a struggle for all of us, right? This is something that really that we need to struggle to get better. But with that said, right, this is the greatest country on earth. Where else would an immigrant like me came here as a first generation, or you could say it's a zeroth generation, came here as a 16 years old kid, and here today I am a flag in the United States Navy. How great is that, right? This is the greatest country for that. It gave us so much opportunity, gave us so much things for us to work for. But then if we rewind the history, going back to 1940s, where Asian American could not even vote then. Think about that, right? That was not too long ago. Not too long ago, where Japanese American who has to be interned because we treat them like we cannot trust them, right? Asian American is part of this country's heritage. We are part of this country that we had built this country from way back, right? If you look back, there's a lot of Asian American who had served in the armed forces. A lot of folks had done a lot of this country. what we're doing today is that if we're looking at that and where we are today, our country is getting better and better all the time. We struggle through this, right? We struggle to get better for the good, for not just Asian American, but for everyone else. Speaking of Asian American, specifically, I liken us is kind of like we are the perpetual immigrant, right? Regardless of where you get in life, where you go, and what you do, and what accomplishment you have made. There's always that sense of people will look at you as like where you came from. Go back to where you come from. Any kind of disagreement is like going back to where you come from. I came from here. This is my country. I'm not going anywhere, right? And so I think that that's something that always we carry with us, but we should struggle and we should get better. We should fight for it. We should fight for equality. We should fight for racial injustice because I think it makes our country stronger. Together, we will be much stronger. I tell you a story of my daughter, born and raised here, and Nick knows her, right? And she works for NAAAP as a contractor at a certain point, and her supervisor told her, said, hey, her name's Mylan, said, Mylan, you're not you're not American enough. And I'm scratching my head. What does that mean by not American enough, right? And I mean, for all practical purposes, and she's here. But then, because of that, because of the way that she was treated as a minority, as a woman, she took her talent somewhere else. I think that she is a very talented person. So I think that that's a loss, but that doesn't mean that we cannot get better, right? The Navy, within NAAP, we are probably the most diverse organization ever. And we are promoting based on meritocracy. We still have a long way to go, but that's what we need to do. I know it's a long way around, but I think that I'm answering some of that question for you. I mean, we still have some challenges. We will continue to struggle through those challenges, right?
And that's where our men and women of our armed forces are strong at. We overcome challenges of any of our force members. So I definitely agree with that. And with that, it's so true.
Yeah, if I may add another thing, right? Asian American, we are really good with technical stuff, right? I mean, we're really competent at what we do. That's for sure. But whenever it comes to a promotion to the next rank or promotion to management, to our leadership level, we always have been looking, well, your communication is not good enough, or maybe you're missing this and that. I think that's unacceptable, right? We should express. If I have a message to all of your folks right now, to all the Asian American out there, we need to express our desire to get into a higher position, to be in a leadership position, because we can bring a lot to the table, right? We can do a lot of things. Together, we're stronger. And I know we have a lot of leaders out there. I'm convinced, we can do a lot more.
You highlighted one of the pieces that is very important as we consider all the challenges that we face is right. Speaking up is necessary for success.
Right.
Absolutely. So I want to make sure I mention to the audience today that this is an opportunity for you to also submit some questions for the Admiral. We will be selecting a few as we further our discussion. So I do have one more question for you, sir.
Okay.
So as for the challenges that is facing us in the future, what would be a recommendation to any upcoming officers that are trying to grow, especially our Asian sailors? What would be your key advice for them to overcome whatever it may be?
Yeah, great question. So let me talk a little bit about how do I get to where I am today, right? It wasn't that I was approached by an Asian admiral or someone like that who came to me and just said, hey, you need to do this and that, right? I was mentoring by a flag officer that is white, who came to me and just said, I see a lot of potential in you. I see a lot of capabilities in you. I want you to do this and that in order for you to get better, right? And I think that's key. It's not just for Asian American, between Asian American, but between all of us. We need to reach out to the younger junior officer. We need to reach out to the younger engineers out there in your firm, and then trying to mentor them, trying to direct them where they can go based on their wish and desire, based on what they want to do in their life. You need to open up that door for them, right? Because sometimes I remember when I was younger, right? I was like, hey, I just want to be a technical guy. I want to write code. I want to design this and design that. But at the end of the day, that's great. One of my former commanding officer, and I actually invited him. He's still alive, and I invited him to my promotion a year ago. And he told me, he said, I was really gung-ho at the time, just like any Asian. I was like, I need to get my PhD, right? And I was working on that, and he kind of gently get me aside and said, hey, look, if the Navy want to hire a PhD, they will go out there and hire thousands of PhD. What they don't have is someone with the technical know-how and also the leadership capability to lead these PhD. So just keep that in mind, right? So I think that had been resonate well with me. It stays with me all the time, always seek for leadership position. And on the other hand, as a junior officer or as a junior engineer or junior accountant or whatever, you want to find the person next in the chain. You want to find that person that you can model after, right? If you wanted to be a vice president one day, go talk to the vice president of your company and say, how do I get to your position? What does it take for me to get to your position, right? Is it about learning to better communicate what I can communicate today? Or is it about improving my project management skill? Whatever that is, right? Model after that, because that's one way for you to get to where you want to go. You need to have that roadmap, if you will.
I would have to completely agree. And I would say, of course, a plug, this is why we're here, NAAAP. NAAAP is designed to help these individuals grow and learn. So with that, we do have a question coming from the audience, if you're open to it. Do you have any advice for handling unconscious bias from peers, especially with your work both externally and in the Navy?
Great question. I would, so this is one of the things that I learned over the years, right? There's conscious and unconscious bias, obviously. And then in the past, for Asian, a lot of time we feel like, hey, you need to keep the harmony. You need to make sure that your position in where you are and things like that, you just want to make sure that you fit in, right? And I will tell you right now, if I'm looking back my career, if you see unconscious bias, whether from your peer or your supervisor or anyone, you need to have that conversation with that person. You need to sit down with that person. Obviously, it's not about I win, you lose in this argument. This is about showing to them, open up to them, why is it that it's not a good idea to talk like that, right? Why is it that it hurts you when people are telling you, so go back to where you come from, right? It hurts you when they said that, you're not American enough. It hurts you when you're being calling names, right? And whether it's a conscious or unconscious bias, that's not good, right? You need to address that. You need to bring that person in, and you need to have that conversation with dignity, with respect to each other's, right? And I would tell you, one of my favorite book that I just finished reading is The Battle for the Soul of America, the battle for our better angel, right? And in there, when you're reading the different events that happened, our country had gone through this before. But where we are, some of the leaders in those struggles, they put away their own internal bias and work for the greater cause. And that's really gratifying to see. That's really gratifying to know that, right? There are good people out there, all different spectrum, and they will do what they can to get this country better.
Absolutely. The sense of purpose, a sense of direction, helping
Right.
ground you is vital. Absolutely.
Right.
You have another amazing question here. And it goes back to one of your statements earlier about your past and then mentorship. So, Admiral, you said a mentor spotted your potential. What are the characteristics that demonstrate potential to you?
Right. So many different facets, right? Hard work, commitment, honor, courage, doing the thing that you believe in your cause, right? If you have a commitment on what you do, if you believe in the cause, if you're taking care of the people, those are the central characteristics of any future leaders, right? It's about communication, characters, competency. It's about taking care of other people. If I can just kind of summarize that. Hey, James, I lost the audio here.
It goes back to service before self. I will always agree to that. We never forget that part.
I took that from the Air Force.
And that drives us. That I completely agree. So another question that came up, Emma, what is your advice for our generation today when they encounter setbacks? And of anyone as a service member, setbacks.
Yeah. Great question, right? I would say that I know there's a lot of times in life you will encounter setback. You encounter things that doesn't go your way, right? You didn't get that A+ grade on your exam, right? You bring home a B. That's bad. But anyway, any of those setback, any kind of mistakes that you make, right? You learn from that mistake. You should have the courage to challenge that, to overcome that, right? Adversity in life, right? I think in one of my previous speech to some high school student, I said the adversity in life is just like the fuel that will propel you to greater heights. Because without that struggle, you're not going to get better, right? I think either the Chinese or Chinese proverb has a saying that a pearl is not a pearl until you go through the process of continually make it better, right? So I think that's the best way to say that. You always have to go through your struggle. You always have to make sure that adversity in life is just that, right? It allows you to overcome. You look at it squarely in the eyes and say, I can beat this. I can get better. I learn from my mistake and I'm going to move on and push it aside. Don't dwell on it.
And I would love to kind of piggyback off of that and to add on a little bit. Your community, your family, having the strength of those around you. Like you said earlier, you have an amazing team that helped make that successful. So also to trust that when you set back, there's people behind you to move you forward. So absolutely. So you're getting a lot of really great questions here. I have another one that has come up. What are some tips to start a solution-based approach to identify and solve an issue with a local community, then bring that into the larger community and reach for the most powerful impact?
Wow, that's a big question. I probably need a team on this.
They really brought this one on, the solution-based approach, the community.
Yeah. I would say that, I would approach the issue. First of all, you need to be well-versed in what that issue is all about, right? You need to make sure that you understand the issue from all the different perspectives. It can't be just like, hey, this is the way to do it and this is my way or the highway, right? You want to listening to other perspectives, whether it's against it, either opposing it or favorable to you or whatever, right? And so I think those will give you an idea of what needs to take place next, or what is the next step for you. And then again, you need a good team. You need different people, different background, different diversity of thought. Because when we talk about diversity, it's not just about race, right? Not about genders, it's not about age. It's really about diversity of thought as well, right? So all of that bring in the different ideas that how can we get this better? How do we overcome the problem that we have today? And then take it to a larger community. And I think that's the right approach, right? Take it to a larger community, get the consensus, get people to fall behind you and move forward. And you have to really commit to the cause, because again, I would say that as you move along with that commitment, there are going to be setbacks. There's going to be people, the naysayers, that said, "Hey, you are not doing it right," or "No, that's not a good issue," or "No, you are absolutely wrong." That's okay, because again, you want to make a commitment to the cause and move forward. I hope that answers the question, because it's such a big question that I'm struggling with that
part. It's being very organized, thoughtful, and purposeful to tackle that. So yes, do it smart, from a small scale, and grow it. Absolutely, that makes complete sense. Now this one's a little bit close to heart for me. I will say this one just because we mentioned earlier we come from different branches, so we know that interagency rivalry is a real thing, just like how people work in silos within professional settings. How do you balance healthy competition with the risk of an outsider mindset?
Wow.
You got some very smart people here.
I know. I would, so it all comes down to what is the mission, right? What is the mission for you, for your agency, or even for your department? I would say that even for now, within NAAAP 03 is a new organization. We are a young organization, so we still kind of struggle through the growing up of a new directorates. But with that, it means that we need to reach out to others, be collaborative, right? Understand why they asking that question, why they have a different view than you are. Why do they think that you are encroaching in their space, right? That does happen. And maybe at the end of the day, it's about the communication with each other and understand each other's requirements, understand where we come from, and then we deal it in a collaborative and constructive way, right? I think that's the only way, because at the end of the day, everyone wants to serve this mission. Everyone wants to serve this country, right? So there's no disagreement there whatsoever.
Absolutely. Yeah. So this is a question that I think a lot of people would agree to hear generally is, if you were to give a younger version of yourself, if you were to go back in time and offer a good recommendation, what would that be? What would you tell your former self?
Oh boy, good food, eat good food, good health. No, I mean, seriously, I think that I wouldn't have changed anything at all. But on the other hand, I would telling myself, right, there's a favorite quote in a movie that I like, Forrest Trump, right, and Forrest Gump, I'm sorry, Forrest Gump, and it said, life is like a box of chocolate. You don't know what you get when you open it, right? So life is a gift. It's something that you should treasure, that you should appreciate it. And there's nothing wrong with exploring what's out there. There's nothing wrong with going out there and try different things, or try a different way. I told this to some of the folks, like, you shouldn't listen, and I mean, maybe some of the parents doesn't like this, right? Because most of the tiger Asian parent would say, well, you got to be a doctor, you got to be a lawyer, but try to be an artist, try to be a musician. Right? I let my kids growing up do whatever they want to, because I truly believe in that model. And through these trials, right, through these things, you continue to get better. You continue to learn and grow over time. And I think that would be my same recommendation to myself, right? Be it out there, assertive, trying different things, because you only have one life to live here, and make the best out of it.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. So with that, I know we're coming close to the time. I would love to see if you have any closing statements that you want to offer to the audience today. And like I said, they threw some tough questions out there for you today. But yes, if you have any closing statements that you might have for anyone.
Yeah, so I think I said pretty much everything that I want to say to the audience. First of all, thank you very much for the warm welcome, for a very, very constructive discussion here. I think we should have more of this in the future, right? And on top of that, to the audience out there, thank you for tuning in. And NAAAP had done a tremendous job. They had advanced the cause of Asian American professionally, and in a lot of different ways. If there's anything I can do to help, please make sure that you get in touch with me. But with that, I mean, what I would leave behind is that, again, just like my thought on my younger self, life is a gift. Go out there, explore things, do different things, enjoy your life, take care of your family, because it's really important, right? And one of these days on my deathbed, all of these accomplishments is really nothing, because you look around, who's going to be there for you, right? So take care of others and really service before self, right? Service to this nation, serving a cause greater than yourself. I would tell you there's no better feeling in the world than really serving your country, serving your fellow man, and serving others.
Absolutely. So with this, I do have, you said, how can you help? I'm going to ask, when are you putting out a book? I think that's an absolutely amazing opportunity to help on that one.
All right. Hey, James, maybe you and I can work together on that, okay?
Sounds great. I want to make sure, Admiral, thank you for your time, your wisdom, and again, thank you for protecting us and taking care of us behind the scenes that most of us may or may not know or see. It is an honor to have you here. I also want to make sure I let you know that we, as NAAAP, will be sending you a challenge coin as a thank you gift. For those out there who does not know, in the military, we do have a tradition where we do give a challenge coin in gift of appreciation, in some words and otherwise, but it signifies the blood, sweat, and tears of what we do in the military. That's what the significance of that, and that we come back, and that is what is an honor. Again, so that will be coming to you soon. So look out for that. Hopefully, again, we're honored to have you with us for that. So with that, again, everyone, thank you for joining us. Again, Admiral, it's been a pleasure. Earlier, I want to highlight one little tiny detail. Earlier, we do apologize formally. There was a little bit of a hiccup when it came to our process for our anthem. So I want to make sure formally to apologize for that protocol. We will correct that in the future. But otherwise, again, it's been an honor, sir, to have you with us.
James, Nick, thank you very much for inviting me today again, and I will treasure that challenge coin. It's going to have a place on my desk. Let me show you, right, for the rest of the audience. So I don't know if you can see it, but this is the desk where I have here, and I have all the challenge coins from different folks. So definitely we'll treasure that. And thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you, Admiral. It's been a pleasure. So everyone, thank you for joining us today. From here on, we're going to ask that you click on the link for the NAAAP TV main hall link to take you back to the main session. Again, thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, James.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're enjoying your virtual conference experience so far. My name is Audrey Salick, and I am NAAAP's Director of Awards for 2020. The NAAAP100 Award recognizes exemplary leaders in the Asian American Pacific Islander community who, in addition to their professional achievements, have made powerful contributions towards elevating the AAPI cause. We are very grateful to United Airlines for the continued sponsorship of our NAAAP Awards. Our first two honorees for you today are Ryan Patel and Cecilia Chung. You might recognize Ryan from the multiple hours he's probably been on your TV screen, sharing insight in global business, politics, and corporate governance, among other topics, on CNN, BBC, Fox Business, and other channels. In his free time, Ryan serves on multiple advisory boards on topics ranging from social responsibility to technology. We are honored to welcome him as a NAAAP100 awardee for his role in bringing visibility to Asian American Pacific Islander contributions as thought leaders. Cecilia Chung is an immigrant and an activist in transgender rights and currently serves as the Senior Director of Strategic Projects and Evaluation at the Transgender Law Center. As chair of the San Francisco Human Rights Commission, Cecilia focused on civil and human rights and discrimination of marginalized communities. Her community service spans nearly 3 decades, and her life story was portrayed in the ABC miniseries, When We Rise. We are very humbled by her contributions and service and honored by her acceptance of our NAAAP100 Award.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Patel. Truly honored to be able to receive this NAAAP100 Award. I've got so many things to say and so many people to thank, but I'm going to try to keep it brief. I want to thank the NAAP leadership team, the sponsors, and the volunteers. You guys have been so supportive of me over the years. I want to thank you for that. Obviously, in a better circumstances, I'd be speaking at the conference and be able to meet everybody, but unfortunately, it wasn't going to happen this year. And kind of one of the things that I love about accepting the award this way is that we are still moving forward, that this new normal is an opportunity for all of us to be able to still use our voices, to come together, to show how everyone, each member in the community needs to come together and help other communities together for us to get to the other side. And so I'm ready for this new normal. I know that there's so many opportunities for our voices. Our culture awareness has been in the news, in the media, across boardroom as a conversation starter. But I'm looking forward to not just a conversation starter. I'm looking forward to actually make an impact, not just a tokenism of diversity inclusion, but an actual place where we can make accountability, we can make results, we can make all of us to come together. So I'm super excited, not just for the generations that was before me, not just the generation that is my peer group, but the generations that are following me. So I'm excited because we're going to be able to be at a different conversation at that point in time. And I'll leave a few points that I wanted to share. One, we talk about sometimes each of us don't have our voice. One of the big key things that we can in this year 2020 is vote. So please go out and vote. Use your voice. This is the time to make it count, and also make it count in your community and in the rest of the world. And finally, I have to thank my friends and family. I want to thank my wife, who really is the one who's pushed me through all of the vision of how we give back and how we need to make an impact. And without that, I don't think that I would be here standing in front of you. I do want to end on this note, is you all inspire me by just coming to this conference. You inspire me to do more. This award isn't about what I've just, or it's great to what I've done, but this inspires me to do a lot more in the community. I want to be able to make an impact and inspire the next generation to be better than all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And thank you, NAAAP, for this incredible honor. I don't know what's normal, but I can tell you what's not normal. It's not normal for politicians to pass legislations or policies to discriminate against transgender people and take away their health care and housing. It's not normal for the government to pass laws to take away women's rights to choose. It's not normal for a president to blame immigrants for the economic conditions of this country. And it's not normal, definitely, for trans women being murdered simply by being who they are. My work is hard, but it's also pretty rewarding sometimes. Just the other day, I got a call from one of the trans women of color I mentored down in New Orleans. She told me with excitement that they raised $400,000 for a housing program for transgender people who are at risk of being homeless down in New Orleans. And recently, another trans woman of color, actually Filipina, whom I mentored, graduated from nurse practitioner school and is now being offered a position as medical director. It fills my heart with joy to see more leadership emerging from the transgender community. And that would be a new normal that I welcome immediately when that happens. But until we see more transgender people in leadership position and more transgender people's story being told by mainstream media, televisions, and movies, we still have a lot of work to do, and I hope you can join me in investing in our work. I invite you to visit our website at transgenderlawcenter.org to learn about our trans agenda for liberations. And thank you again, and have a great evening.
Hi, I'm Betty Lowe, NAAAP National Interim President, joining virtually from my home in New Jersey. Welcome to our first ever NAAAP virtual conference. We are so excited to have about 700 participants signed up to attend. Thank you to our NAAAP members that are joining us from over 20 different chapters across the US and Canada, and a sincere welcome to those that are new to NAAAP and are joining and attending a NAAAP event for the first time. I'd like to take a moment to also thank the virtual conference planning team that have done an extraordinary job putting this conference together. They have worked countless hours to build an engaging conference featuring inspiring leaders and community icons as speakers. It's our hope that you will find inspiration during this unprecedented time in our history to shift your thinking to navigating the new normal. I want to also let our NAAAP chapter leaders, our national administration team, including the various program leaders, operate in a new normal. When the pandemic hit our communities, we acted quickly to shift our programming and engage our members through virtual platforms. As early as the first week of March, we issued guidance around NAAAP gatherings. We continue to shift our thinking and acted decisively when our nation faced crisis after crisis. We issue condemnations against violence, bullying, and misinformation related to COVID-19 and the APIA community. We stood in solidarity with the Black community, fought against racist and violent acts as we witnessed tragic killings in our cities. We also hosted programs to improve health and wellness. Our board members shared sage advice in leading in a time of crisis webinar. We also sponsored a series of fun, engaging events, such as the session with George Takai and Leah Salona, and also our virtual leaders happy hours. The list goes on and on. I bring all of this up to say that as a NAAAP family, I am proud that we've been able to shift quickly, and I'm thankful that instead of focusing on the uncertainties that have been generated by the pandemic, racial injustice, and political divide in our country, we have chosen not to focus on what is beyond our control, but rather focus on what we can control. We have made a concerted effort to make an impact within our community by continuing to elevate and advocate for APIA professional voices at the table, in the boardroom, and in our community. As a result of the pandemic, NAAAP national sponsorship revenues dropped by 80%. We were fortunate to be able to continue our mission of leadership development through many virtual meetings, programs, and connections, such as events during APA Heritage Month, partnering with APIA scholars on mentorship, APIA Vote, AARP, and other community serving organizations, gathering economic relief information, as well as putting on today's conference without a fee to NAAP members. If you believe in NAAAP and want to help us continue with our programs, mentorship, community connections, and in building leaders, please consider giving a donation, however large or small, on top of your membership dues. And if you're new to NAAAP, we invite you to also contribute. For every donation made until midnight tonight, NAAP's executive team and board members have started a fund to match individual donations dollar for dollar up to a total of $15,000. Right now, more than ever, we're all more dependent on each other than we've ever been before. This virus is faceless, sexless, non-denominational, and bipartisan. And it's an enemy that we all agree we want to beat. We invite you to be a part of the NAAP family and join us as we continue to build leaders and navigate the new normal together. Thank you.
Hey everyone, so excited that you are here to join us today for our perspectives and working with Frontline Consumers panel. I have an amazing group of people today to really talk about a conversation from a perspective of our Fortune 100 companies and how they've been dealing with the COVID crisis, how it's affected and impacted their company, the ways that they work, their employees, and also how they deal with their customers, right? So how do you deal with shifting all of the various different things that are happening in your life and in your company to meet your consumer demand and not to try to miss a beat? Today, we have three amazing speakers. I'm going to let them all introduce themselves, but I'll just quickly, briefly talk about them. We have Sue Gilbert from Coca-Cola, Senior Commercial Manager and API BRG Champion. we have Rushi Patel, a Senior Director of Global Best Practice, Strategic Support, and Communications. And then from McDonald's, we have Charlie Newberger, Operations Officer of the U.S. Southeast. Now, we have this as our agenda. I'm going to keep my introduction very brief, and then I'm going to let my speakers talk here in a moment, and then we're going to have a quick conversation. I have a couple of questions that I've shared with the panel. We're going to talk through that, and then we are really excited to hear your questions. So if you're in the YouTube channel, please be chatting. If you're in NAAAP TV, please be chatting. And if all else fails, tweet at us or Instagram at us, and we'll get the questions. A little bit about me. I am the Director of Technology for the Nielsen Company. I also serve as the ERG Director for the NAAAP organization. A little bit about the ERG program that we do at NAAAP. This year's 2020 theme is ERG and Me. So we are really focused on how employee resource groups and business resource groups really not just help companies become more diverse, more equitable, but also how does it help you, the employee, to be seen in your organization, and how do you rise up in your organization? So if you're interested in ERG, BRG training, or if you have any sort of questions in this particular area, myself and the staff at NAAAP are more than happy to provide that type of support, programming, and various different things that we have a lot of phenomenal practitioners to be able to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to give each of my panelists a moment to introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about them, and then we're going to get right into the conversation. We're going to start off with Sue from Coca-Cola. Sue, please take it away.
Yep. Thanks, Santosh. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sue Gilbert. As Santosh had mentioned, I am the Senior Commercialization Manager for our Coca-Cola Freestyle machines. The best way to describe it is, as I tell everyone, it's the swanky touchscreen dispensers that are now we're working on rolling out mobile pour capabilities. And I'll share that more with you here in a minute. But that's part of my day job. I've been in the Coca-Cola system for, 27 years. I am only 30 years old. In my other hobby, my other part-time job is I'm also the president, very proudly the president for the Asian BRG, representing the Coca-Cola company. So we've been longtime partners with NAAAP, and I'm looking forward to being part of the panel today.
Thank you so much, Sue. Next, Charlie.
Yeah, thanks, Santosh, and nice to meet you, Sue. And for everybody, good afternoon. My name is Charlie Newberger. I'm currently an operations officer for the southeast part of McDonald's, where I'm responsible for franchising and restaurant execution within 1,600 restaurants. I've been with McDonald's for 11 years. I just recently made a pivot in my career. Traditionally, I'm a marketer by trade, but made the transition over to an operations role into more of a general management career track. I'm part of the Asian Pacific Middle East Network at McDonald's, as well as the Young Professionals Network. I have a real big passion for helping young people figure out their career path, recognizing they want to move swiftly, and helping them navigate the critical experiences they need to accelerate their career. So I'm happy to be with you.
Excellent. And finally, Rushi.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Santosh and NAAAP, for having me here today. Rushi Patel, I work for Walmart International. Walmart International, if you're not familiar, is the international arm of Walmart in 26 countries, 700,000 associates, and the revenue of upwards, little north of 120 billion. So pretty large segment on its own. And my role here is for the international support teams that sit in North America, Mexico City, and several campuses around the US, handling the internal communications for those teams. The other half of my team helps our markets, so each of the global offices in 10 markets connect on best practices. So if something is happening right in China for an operations item or something in the store, making sure that the other markets quickly get that and leverage our scale in a quick manner, so we don't waste time testing pilots and other things around the world.
Awesome. So, I mean, think about it. We have McDonald's, Coke, and Walmart. I mean, these are like as American as apple pie, right? I mean, these are some of the biggest industries that we have in not just our country, but they are worldwide brands. And we are honored to have all of you as our panel and excited to jump into these questions. And we're going to have a conversation with them. My first question kind of out the door, I'm going to throw this at Rushi since we picked on him last. We'll let him get started. For all my panel, your industries were the first to be impacted by COVID, right? I mean, we all had to shift really, really quickly because, I mean, you provide a lot of essential services for a lot of people, and a lot of people look for your products and services for your everyday life. What were some of the biggest first lessons that you learned? And, you know, how did Walmart and all of our panelists, how did you guys handle some of these challenges?
Yeah, sure. You know, I think Walmart is in a very unique situation. We are both essential business because of what we provide to communities, but we have a unique responsibility of also handling 2.2 million associates. You know, when you look at that number, I think we're only behind the US Department of Defense and the Chinese Liberation Army for the people that we handle from an employee standpoint. So, you know, big responsibilities to both meet your community and consumer needs, but also making sure that our associates are safe and we can perform business to safely. So I'll take this question and break it down into, I guess, the 4 S's. So support, simplify, suspend, and strengthen, right? So when I look at support, support your associates, right? Making sure they have the PPE, personal protective equipment that they need, making sure that they feel secure, that if they need to take time off because something is happening, that is communicated to them. You know, I'll give you a unique perspective. Certain countries that we operate in suspended even their public transportation. So I know in China specifically, we provided a private bus to pick up employees to come to the store. So how are we making their life easier so they can actually serve our customers? From a simplify standpoint, you know, both from a corporate side, you have to simplify any approval processes. We're trying to move with speed and react, right? So we really had to simplify a lot of those items. And from a store side, we also had to simplify processes, right? We have these processes in place, these SOPs in the industry, standard operating procedures, both for safety, both for audit reasons, for many reasons. But hey, during this time when we're trying to serve our customers and there's a line out the store, do I need 2 managers to sign off when the recycling is being picked up in the back, right? Like, hey, no, we don't. So, you know, and then suspend any non-essential travel, suspend any remodels that were happening, suspend any projects that you can wait till later on, right? So right now that is not our focus. And then strengthen your ties with the community. You're part of that community, you serve it. I know in the US, you guys are familiar, but even internationally, we are partnered with hospitals and Red Cross and other companies to help provide a community, whether it's food or services or just dollar donations through Walmart Foundation. And then I would say also strengthen the part of business that your consumers want. So we know that people went from going to the store. You know, my dad perfectly never used pickup in his life. You know, he started using grocery pickup. First time I bought it for him through the app. And I said, hey, you know, he's outside Atlanta, go to the store, just drive through and show him this. So, you know, a lot of people had an uptick to that. And we had to make sure that our systems and things like that could be handled. So I would say, again, the 4 S's, support, simplify, suspend, and strengthen would be kind of the lesson package I would go on.
From a Coke perspective, how about you?
Yeah, so I'll steal a little bit of what Rushi had commented, and I'll talk about from 2 unique perspectives. One is obviously with Charlie and Rushi, you know, Coca-Cola is in a unique position, being able to support our customers, strengthening our relationships so that we can deliver to our consumers. So from that lens, you know, to what Rushi said about working with speed and I was going to throw in there creativity. So, you know, Coca-Cola is broken down into two unique businesses. Again, Rushi Walmart represents our bottle can side of the business, and Charlie with McDonald's represents our fountain side of the business. For us, we had to really kind of, I don't know about you guys, but everything has become so, digital is the new buzzword, whether you love it or not. There's a lot of great conveniences about it, but this is a new, unique way that we've learned how to serve our customers. One of the things that I'm leading right now, which is kind of the cause for the bags underneath my eyes, is one of the unique dispensers that we have out there is the Freestyle machine. And we kind of came up with a quick app that supports both, you know, all of our fleet, but more uniquely, I'm focused on Freestyle, but the ability to be able to pour, drink, and make a selection from your phone. So, you know, if you've seen a Freestyle dispenser, it's the touch screen, and with everything that's going on, you've got varying state guidelines across the country around shutting down self-serve dispensers, et cetera, et cetera. So the unique quick solution that we were able to kind of leverage our software engineers for was being able to come up with that app that would mimic the screen, allow you to make your beverage selection, and then hit the pour button for the perfect pour. So that is in the process of being rolled out. And so I'm spending a lot of time in that space. The other lens that I wanted to share was from a BRG space. So being able to support the community and the employees, been highly engaged and active in, you know, taking a unique perspective on how we are looking at our May Asian Pacific Heritage Month celebrations. How can we leverage platforms to continue to engage and create that excitement that we used to have in person? A lot of our signature events, we would host 200 to 400 people. I mean, May Asian Heritage Month was huge. Diwali, we have over 400 people that join our events. So we really had to come up with a creative way to kind of celebrate our heritage that was digital. And we were one of the first BRGs within the Coca-Cola company that actually rolled that out. We had a lot of great success and a lot of key learnings. So again, around this creative space, you know, we did like cooking lessons, being able to leverage our backgrounds, unique backgrounds, and make home cooking videos with our kids and our families that were shared across the system and with our partners externally. So that was a great, fun, unique way. And then also leveraging our customer base to, because, you know, their businesses are taking such a hard hit during these times. And so we were trying to find ways of how we could highlight and showcase our customers. And Coca-Cola had participated and launched the Takeout Tuesdays. And so that's where we would kind of feature and showcase a particular local customer for, you know, everyone to take a look at and leverage some sort of RDI platform to be able to have food delivered to their homes. The company also gave all the associates like well, no, it was $100. It was $100 promo code to be able to participate and help support our customers during that time. So that was, you know, a really great, unique way to create excitement. And then the last one that I'm really proud of is partnering with the Atlanta Food Bank. You know, our BRG put it out there, and we actually we tagged our executive leadership in some of our Yammer posts. And for the month of May, as part of our celebration month, we actually raised over $40,000 for the Atlanta Food Bank. So, you know, there are ways that are out there, but, you know, my cup is always half full. It's pushing us and creating different space that we've never thought of before.
Awesome. So Charlie, McDonald's. I have 4 little children at home. If I had to go too long without chicken nuggets and fries, I would have been in major trouble. So tell me how you guys have had to shift to get all of us our chicken nuggets and Happy Meals.
Well, it's a good thing we have drive-thrus.
That's right.
No, so in all seriousness, you know, I a lot of common themes. at McDonald's. I would say just a couple unique things. So one, very early on, there was a directive around the principles that would guide our behaviors and actions and decisions, because you're never going to have all the information that you need, given how ever-changing the pandemic was, but also navigating the various local mandates, given the local nature of it, as well as the evolving customer needs and how that would lag across the country. And so there was a set of guiding principles that drove any decision that we'd make. We also fully acknowledged up front that we were going to take bold action, and because of the speed, it needed to be top down. Some of it we would get right, some of it we would get wrong, but we would quickly fix it, recognizing that we just had to move with the information that we had. At McDonald's, the interesting thing is we have franchisees, and so a premium importance on communication, as our restaurants are run by independent local business people. And so how do we, in different sizes, whether you're a single store operator or you're a large multiple that owns 20 restaurants, clearly they all have different resources and means to adjust to the changing climate. So a great deal of effort put in place on education, on communication, on giving context. You know, for us, this was really around balancing our internal stakeholders, so particularly those frontline employees, by making sure we had PPE, making sure we had sneeze guards, making sure we put in policies in place from a customer perspective by being early on with endorsing our customers requiring masks. But at the same time, we also made it very clear to our restaurant employees that they are not to be in a position of policing masks, because clearly that puts them in a vulnerable position. And so we also instituted things like de-escalation training to make sure that they were fully aware and can navigate with some empathy the situations that they were dealing with. I would say overall, you know, the simplification is huge, not just being able to make sure you're taking some of the burden off of those essential workers that are in the restaurant, but also just simplifying the processes from a supply chain standpoint. So we've gone to a limited menu. You can still get chicken McNuggets, don't worry, that's part of our core menu. But also then leading into our off-premise nature of our business. So we do have drive-thrus, which is a structural advantage for us. We've entered into delivery, and so that's actually become an accelerated area of growth for our business. And then lastly, I think Sue talked about it with digital. We do have a mobile order pay function that allows you to have a more contactless experience. And so obviously using the time to educate our consumers as well as our restaurant employees on creating safer avenues that give them reassurance to experience the food that they enjoy, recognizing that things are different. And then lastly, I would say stepping up in the community. There's many great examples, one of which, or two of which I'll share. Very early on when schools closed, we had a couple owner-operators decide that they wanted to provide free Happy Meals and school lunches, because we know that especially those that are most vulnerable to potentially unemployment, they rely on schools for hot lunches. And so what we did is we executed a program that ended up gaining traction across most of the Carolinas, where we were offering free lunches Monday through Friday, a free Happy Meal, in order to step up and serve the community during a time of crisis and anxiety. Also, what we've done is, if you might have heard it, ironically, there's a coin shortage, just given how things have broken down. And so we use that opportunity. Ronald McDonald House is our charity of choice. Ronald McDonald House Charities, they've lost a lot of their events, and therefore they too are struggling. And so what we ran is a roundup program in the drive-thru, and I'm happy to say in 6 weeks across the Southeast, we've raised $1.2 million for the local chapters of the Ronald McDonald House Charities. And so finding different ways to really take care of all key stakeholders as part of this.
Amazing. So all three of you are leaders in your employee resource groups, BRG groups. What role did those resource groups, I know, Sue, you mentioned a little bit of this, so maybe you can start off. What role did your resource groups play in addressing issues with, you know, employees that are of Asian descent inside and maybe Asian consumers? I know you mentioned a couple of things that you guys did in the community. If you can expand, and then Rushi will come to you, and then Charlie can talk about your side as well.
Yeah, so, you know, I talked about how we implemented and rolled out our May Asian Pacific Heritage Month. We also have been working really closely with our diversity and inclusion board, you know, with everything that's been going on with Black Lives Matter, et cetera, really it kind of, you know, within our BRG, we dusted off a program that we leveraged. We were, you know, they were essentially social circles to talk about tough issues and allowing employees to share, you know, what keeps them up at night as it relates to cultural backgrounds or maybe issues that are currently going on outside of the Coca-Cola walls. So for us, we actually, you know, we call it a Stand as One. And so we actually hosted the Stand as One session where we took advantage of the current times because, again, cup half full. We know that there's a lot of opportunity to continue to educate, to help the organization and other associates, especially people leaders, to be able to hear the voices and help them understand what does it mean to be Asian? What is being Asian mean? What is our decision cycle? What makes us who we are? So we did host, gosh, 2 sessions. One was around East meets West. And so that is kind of like sharing what our consumer, you know, Santosh, you know, this whole Nielsen stuff around what the Asian culture population looks like. You know, what does our upbringing look like? You know, the 4 key things. If you're not an engineer, doctor, lawyer, et cetera, you're essentially a failure. You know, and why we carry that, and we're so heavy math, science focused. So why we carry that and what that does, you know, to help us drive to our decisions. On the flip side, for those of us that do have Asian backgrounds, it's also kind of an aha moment. You know, we are so, you know, we're born and raised, we don't know anything otherwise. So every rule that I could possibly be breaking, I'm breaking because I've been raised not to talk back. I have been raised to not make eye contact. I've been raised to bow lower than my elders and my superiors. So those are all things that kind of feed into some of that unconscious bias. So that kind of was a stepping stone as an opportunity for some self-realization to kind of begin a potential leadership program or workshop, if you will, down the road. In addition, just yesterday, we hosted a voters, kind of a voters awareness workshop, and really it didn't get into one political side. It didn't get into politics, but it really got into the facts around how to vote, voter registration, and that actually was very well received, widespread amongst just the Asian BRG, but across all areas of the company. So I'm still actually getting emails expressing gratitude around, you know, sharing that because there was a lot of things people really didn't know. So those are probably 2 of the biggest ways I would say we've kind of attacked that.
Awesome. Rushi?
Yeah, great point, Sue, and I agree. And I'll mention 2 specific things. When COVID hit, obviously there was a rise in hate crimes across for Asian citizens across the U.S., and that was something that our ARG called APAN inside Walmart. Our APAN leadership brought up to executives, the CDI, and you know, I think 2 things happened. One is associate support. Executives immediately sent out communications, you know, at a very high level that, hey, look, this is not acceptable. They also teamed up with other companies and you know, actors and other public figures to join the Wash the Hate campaign. If those of you who don't know what that is, you could just go washthehate.com or hashtag #WashTheHate, where you had various you know, public figures or executives from Walmart washing their hands for 20 seconds recommended, and during that time telling a story where they were personally impacted by some kind of episode or hate. So, you know, that was a very public admission. It was very vulnerable for our leadership to admit some of those things. but it showed support that, hey, look, we're all in it together and we have your back. Another thing we did, the White House and the Department of Justice had a briefing with a lot of Asian advocacy groups on when this started happening in April. And I know that some of our government relations people were involved, and those talking points were actually communicated down to the APAN leadership team, so we can also share that across our network. So, I think the company took it very seriously. APAN has been, pretty prominent in these conversations. One other example that I'll mention is there was a ripple effect of COVID. A lot of things were happening. One of those ripple effects was executive orders for immigration. So when those came down just in the last 3 to 4 weeks, I believe, or last month, one of the things we did a digital town hall with our internal and external legal counsels who handle the immigration for our associates and sponsorships and work visas. And we held an open mic type of question Q&A, which was attended by 700 people. And those are the kind of things that we as a resource group, we pivoted. We were going to have this huge in-person May event, and we're going to have guest speakers. And again, we also had to shift to the need of the community, and we played a part. And we have great leadership to do that.
I love that. Yeah, the Watch the Hate campaign was really large, and unfortunately it had to be overshadowed by other things happening in the world, but it just shows that we as a culture need to continue to grow, and I'm excited that all of our organizations have latched on. Charlie?
Yeah, so our AppMed network very quickly pulled our network together, and mainly about creating a forum to allow people to vent about the anxiety and stress that they were feeling. As Sue was alluding to, I think culturally different groups are affected in different ways, and clearly with multi-generational households, as well as the importance and the upending of education, clearly it might hit a different employee business network slightly differently. And so the first thing was about creating a safe environment for people to be able to speak with those that might be able to easily understand the anxieties that maybe they are feeling that they can't share with their broader colleagues. So it was around creating that safety net for them. The other thing with the broader discussion around diversity and inclusion, we actually recently had the opportunity to have a panel of 8 employees from each business network independently sit down one-on-one with our U.S. president. And the idea there was to share a little bit around the network and the business and the priorities, but then also to share some very specific asks of support. So for instance, for admin, one of the questions that we had was we felt very fairly represented across the different levels of the organization up until a certain point, and that typically at the senior vice president level. So one of the questions was, is there a bamboo ceiling that we might need to invest in additional coaching at the officer level to help them get to the leadership ranks? The other question was, as you look across representation at the different levels of the organization, what you start to see is while there's fairness, it might be disproportionately divided among certain functions. And so certain functions in certain large organizations either get tapped for accelerated growth and or are more visible in certain initiatives. And so how do we make sure that there isn't just representative relative to diversity, relative to quotas and numbers and things of that nature, but also recognizing that some positions sometimes are a little bit more impactful on the organization's train of thought, also can make a bigger impact across the enterprise given the visible nature of the role. And so it really led to a very honest conversation, which the network was very excited about. And just, again, it's unfortunate, but having that optimistic outlook, how do we use the current environment to reset culture and mindset, and really being able to really maybe also lean in and put your arm around people as everyone's had to make sure that right now you will either show up as a leader as someone who cares or someone who doesn't. And so how do we use this as to really lean into our empathy and our compassion and understanding for those that are all around us, as well as be able to find some of productive next steps that will help us for the future.
Amazing. So for those of you that are watching the stream, I'm hearing that there's lots of really great chatter happening. We're getting ready to go to our Q&A session here after one last question for my panel. This is awesome so far. I mean, I could probably listen to all three of you for another 30 minutes just because there's so much that each of your organizations are doing. So if you have Q&A, please just throw it into the chat box. We're getting ready to come to it. And then when we get to Q&A, my panelists, I'm going to ask you to do like 20-second, 30-second answers so we can try to get through as many of the questions as possible. So our last question for our moderated section of this panel is one that I wanted to really kind of spend a little bit of time on. It's, as your respective companies were managing business challenges due to COVID, how did the organizations manage discrimination and bias and racism toward Asian employees? And Rushi, I think you started a little bit with that with the Wash to Hate. So maybe you can expound on that, and then Charlie, and then Sue, you can wrap this question up. So Rushi?
Yeah, I'll just add briefly, I think the Wash the Hate campaign was very important because you saw some of our high-level leadership getting involved in that. But also the action that the company took, right? So being part of that conversation with the Department of Justice and actually tangible commitments that were talked about in that as far as, hey, things have gone down to the state level, the FBI is informed that this is happening, priorities are being put on hate crimes that are related to Asian Americans. So, supporting those kind of initiatives and those kind of chats at the highest level of government is also something that we were able to do as a company.
Charlie?
Yeah. I would just say there's just been very firm direction and leadership on this point, right? There's zero tolerance, and we're and it's an enterprise that has a very set of values and support around diversity, inclusion, and for at all levels of the organization. And so really it's just around creating that support in those forums to ensure that everyone feels accounted for and that we're living those values. And so I would say it's just been about a zero tolerance and understanding that at any level of the organization.
Amazing. Sue?
Yeah, so again, it's unprecedented times, but the beautiful thing about all of this is I think voices are being heard more now than it probably ever has been. I know as with an Asian background, it's a responsibility for us to make sure that we are part of that voice. I know a lot of times we are very safeguarded and we don't like to take risks, but this is the time to be an ambassador and truly make sure that your voice is getting out there. I know that one of the proudest things that we've done is the Diet Coke campaign that actually launched pre-COVID, which has kind of inspired me to dust it off again, but it was all around being unlabeled and how some labels have chains and some labels have wings. So I really do think that this is it's an uncertain and it's a crazy, crazy time, but it's also there's a lot of good things that you got to hold on to that's coming out of this. But I do think that we as a community need to make sure that we are stepping up and making sure our voices are getting heard so that we're not brushed over again.
It's amazing. We're going to go into our Q&A session. I think we've got a couple of questions that have come up. And one of the questions, I think, Charlie, you had mentioned about the school lunches. Did any of your organizations also expand further? So Charlie, we'll start with you, but any of your organizations expand also into the food banks for hungry adults as well, right? I mean, not just children, there's lots of people that are struggling during this time. So is that something else that the organizations are doing as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that have happened. So in some of our international markets, actually, they use some of the back of the house ingredients and mainly as a grocery. So you literally could drive through. We have milk, right? We have bread. So the idea was taking some of our supply that we would have at the restaurant level and actually using it more as a grocery type, whereas as grocery stores were stretched in some of our markets, and be able to provide for the whole family in that way. There's also been different avenues early on, especially as you just saw a significant drop in immediate volume. How do you rechannel that inventory to places of need versus just waste, of course, and be able to contribute to the local communities. And then there's also, we did thank you meals for healthcare workers. So I don't know if you guys remember, that was an advertised program that we executed, which was as long as you showed your badge, we gave you one of two different meals of your choice. It was a tremendous success, both in terms of clearly the positive impressions, but also in terms of just the anecdotal feedback we got from those healthcare workers and just feeling valued and recognized and seen for the effort that they were doing. And so there's a lot of different examples that were both done nationally as well as locally in terms of how everyone felt not obligated, but in a sense, just wanting to support in any way they can in the communities in which we do business.
Awesome. And before Sue and Rushi, there's another question that kind of is also aligned with this, is the farm supply chains, right? So a lot of those were breaking down as well because of the impact. So maybe along with that question, if there's anything related to how your organization shifted to, either the food banks or to also get the influx of food that wasn't being tapped into. Sue?
Yeah, so that's a little bit tougher for us because, we refresh the world. However, what I will share with you is when I talked about the Atlanta Food Bank, we actually have a tight partnership with them. We're big supporters. There is a kind of a sidebar effort, if you will. Little do you know that there is a big rise in a big percentage of the homeless that is actually in the Asian community. So there are 2 retired PhD doctors that have an Indian background that really kind of taken this as their background. And impressively, our executive sponsor sits on their board and really engaged our Asian BRG to partner with them. So we do focus on that quite a bit. For us, our supply chain is focused on like aluminum can shortages, things of that nature. But we have really kind of, for the most part, weathered the storm. We've had to adjust, of course, but for the most part, we've really done a good job of weathering the storm.
Awesome. And Rushi?
Yeah, we've donated food to lots of different charities. Like Charlie said, globally, it's different by country. There's also laws depending on what can be donated to people, that we had to follow. But I'll give you an example. In Chile, for food that we couldn't donate to food banks, we actually donated to the zoo, right? So 6,000 kilos of meat went to zoos in Chile, right? So we've tried to find unique ways, as certain buying expenditures weren't happening, and we may have, more inventory than that. So yes, absolutely. We've done food banks, we've done zoos, we've done hospital workers, we've done deliveries to hospitals for essential workers. So a lot of things, too many to name and different by country.
Awesome. So one final question I think that I've got on here on my list is, what can your ERGs and BRGs and your organization, what do you guys feel empowered to do to, especially help? Because there's so many of us that are now remote all the time. And, I think prior to us getting on this call, we were talking about travel is not going to happen now till probably sometime in 2021 for most people. So where we used to be able to see each other every once in a while and be physically, have that water cooler chat. How can our ERGs, and specifically your ERGs, how do you think we can create that sense of community that is lost kind of going forward, and at least fill the vacuum or the void for the foreseeable future? Sue, can we start with you?
Yeah, I'll go back to the May Asian Pacific Heritage Month celebration. We've done things like live Bollywood, get out of your seat, let's do some Bollywood, Taekwondo, karate sessions that were all live, chat streams. In addition, to the home cooking videos, we really worked with folks to make one of the favorite dishes, and then we actually were getting into the movie stream space. So, this week we've got a theme. Let's do my favorite movie, Joy Luck Club. Joy Luck Club and egg rolls. Let's have a Joy Luck Club and egg roll night. We encouraged folks to kind of do the Netflix party stream, so there were interesting and unique ways for us to connect that we never did before. But I would say, it's still a continual learning. We're going to be hard pressed here again for our Diwali celebration. So we've got a lot of great things that are coming down the pike, but definitely trying to leverage digital media as much as we can.
Awesome. Charlie?
Yeah, I would say, I think this is a period of time where we sort of can fight the technology and be frustrated by it. But I also think it represents a kind of a unique opportunity in a sense that, there's a lot of science that suggests that relationships are built upon the frequency in which you communicate as opposed to the duration of it. So I think the idea of, our networks, maybe, in the past, we maybe had 2 or 1 really significant annual event in which, it's a 2-day session. And while it can be very motivating and you have the speakers and there's a great moment, sometimes it's just sort of, we reserve that sort of one-time event for us to get together and to celebrate each other, as opposed to maybe checking in more frequently with kind of key stakeholders within your network and forming those relationships. And I think, because we're not getting on airplanes and because we're not driving from restaurant to restaurant, I think it does give you a little bit more time in the day to maybe send a text message or just to call for no other reason other than to check in. And I think over time, those tend to forge stronger relationships than maybe the sort of the single event. While it may be less memorable, ultimately you might feel a stronger connection and relationship that will be more lasting.
Awesome. Rushi?
Yeah, I'll give you a couple of examples that we're actually launched in international overall. So one of the things our CEO just approved last month was the It's Okay campaign. So it was public, she spoke about it. So it's okay is a terminology we use. So it's okay if you have a kid in the background, and it's okay if you need to walk out for the day. And we've said that verbally, but I think we've re-emphasized that now that we've extended our stay at home. And I think that's really resonated. We've also done things like Zoom free Wednesdays. So yeah, continue to work on your time, but there won't be any Zoom calls. We've done instant water cooler pilot, in fact, this week. So a random person just comes in to one of our stand-ups for 10 minutes inside our groupings and says hello. For example, the people team, I don't see them, I don't talk to them. I used to see them sitting right next to us. So it was great to have the VP there and just talk to us, and we hadn't seen him in 5 months. So it's we're trying new digital ways, different things to connect, keeping the spirits up, because when we did our listening session, Zoom fatigue is definitely real, and I think everybody feels it. So we try to inject a little fun while we do some work, and also provide maximum flexibility to all of our associates as they deal with family and pets and all kinds of other things.
It's awesome. So I've enjoyed this extremely engaged conversation. I mean, 45 minutes, just like that, gone. I told you it would be gone in an instant, because you 3 have been wonderful. I will virtually clap for you in the audience, hopefully for Gilbert from Coca-Cola, Charlie Newberger from McDonald's, and Rushi Patel from Walmart. Again, my name is Santosh Mathew from the Nielsen Company, as well as NAAAP. I'm excited that we were able to bring this to you. Again, I thank my panelists. And again, if you had a question that you didn't get answered or I didn't get to ask, please, feel free to leave it in the comments or send it to us via email or through the website, naap.com, and we will get those things answered. Again, thank you to my panelists. And for all of you that are watching this conference, we are excited. We're excited to have you. And if you're watching this via replay, thank you for spending some time and watching this. Hope you had a great time, and thank you again.
Hello again, everyone. The NAAAP Inspire Award seeks to recognize promising, up-and-coming leaders in the Asian American Pacific Islander community, specifically those who utilize their platforms to affect positive change in business, government, or nonprofits. 2020's Inspire Award honoree is Symington Smith. Symington has walked a varied path, from working at a top-ranked global marketing firm to working for the UK government to now one of the world's largest multinational law firms. He's a Life Fellow of the Royal Asiatic Society for his commitment to Asian affairs, and a Fellow of the Royal Society of Arts for his outstanding contributions to social change and youth empowerment. Symington is founder of the Winterflower Group, a global youth platform focused on youth empowerment and leadership, and is also Global Peace Chain's Ocean Champion 2020 for fighting against extreme poverty and stopping over 420 kilograms of plastic from entering the ocean every year. Symington's breadth of experience and passion embodies the NAAAP Inspire Award, and we are honored to have him.
To everyone tuning in right now in what should be our association's first all-virtual ceremony, hello. My name is Symington Smith, and I'm delighted to be this year's Inspire Award recipient. On this special day, I want to thank the National Association of Asian American Professionals for this incredible award, as it truly is an honor to receive something like this from an association rooted in Georgia, the same state where I was born. I also want to thank Cindy, our executive director, and Audrey, our awards director, and the rest of the association's team for working behind the scenes to make this all possible. This has been a very interesting and at times unprecedented year for Asian Americans across the United States and beyond. History was made recently when Kamala Harris became the first Asian American vice presidential candidate of a major political party. And this is without a doubt a source of inspiration to our community. It is my wish that both today and tomorrow, young Asian Americans like myself continue to be inspired to take action in their lives and pursue their dreams. Because with action, young people can and do change the world. With that, I conclude this acceptance speech and wish everyone health, wealth, and success in the remainder of this unique year. Thank you.
Hello again, everyone. The NAAAP Pride Award aims to honor an influential leader in the Asian American Pacific Islander LGBTQ+ community who has advanced LGBTQ+ leadership, equality, and visibility. We recognize 2020 honoree Ocean Vuong for giving voice to the gay Asian American experience through his writing. Ocean is the author of the New York Times bestselling novel On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous and the critically acclaimed poetry collection Night Sky with Exit Wounds. Recognition for Ocean's work include the 2019 MacArthur Genius Grant, fellowships from the Academy of American Poets and multiple other foundations, and the Pushcart Prize. Ocean has been profiled on NPR's All Things Considered, PBS NewsHour, Teen Vogue, Interview, Poets and Writers, and The New Yorker. We are honored by his acceptance of our award.
I hope I can continue to work hard to live up to what the award means, the recognition, the challenge to create and to continue to foster Asian American identity and voices in all of its complicated, beautiful, and myriad existences in my work on and off the page. It's a true honor to be a part of this long legacy and lineage, but also a very young lineage of Asian American identity. There's a lot of calls now from various institutions to have our faces and our backgrounds available. And I think it's associations like this one that makes it so that we are not tokenized, that we are not simply another checkbox in someone else's agenda, and that we see ourselves, we take care of ourselves, and we put forth initiatives and visions according to our own needs that also acknowledges our very complex and multiplicitous histories. So I'm really proud to represent this award, and I hope that I continue to forge new paths towards Asian American thinking that allows us to advance both in the arts, the sciences, in politics and social life, so that we become more American than ever. That is, to bring more of ourselves and more of this country reflected back in the brilliant legacy of Asian American life. So thank you so much. I'm deeply honored, and I hope I can live up to this great respect and joy of this award.
This is Tom, and today Tom is going back to the office, a place he has always had his minor concerns about, because Tom has always believed in cleanliness. He cleans his workspace with fastidious care. So on the first day back, he had to be one of the first ones in the office to check it out. After all, he'd been right. Some changes needed to be made around his office. Of course, Tom knew there would be some new protocols. But what Tom doesn't know is that since he's been out, his office has been upgraded. They've added a suite of products from Cisco WebEx to help him and his coworkers feel good about coming back. This Desk Pro comes equipped with WebEx Assistant for a touchless meeting start.
Okay, WebEx, start my meeting. Okay, WebEx, end my meeting.
Which means Tom doesn't have to touch cables, screens, or anything else to have a meeting. Cisco devices like WebEx Board 55 with room monitoring can share social distancing guidelines for shared spaces and keep track of how many people are using them. So if 3 people try to use this meeting room for 2, distancing guidelines can be enforced. This Cisco Touch 10 can even use timers to remind you when it's time to clean it and the room it's in, so Tom and everyone else can be sure it's safe for work. And even if Tom decides to work from home sometimes, the Control Hub makes it easy for IT teams to troubleshoot, pinpoint, and solve issues anywhere, in the office or at home. WebEx has the solutions you need to manage your hybrid workforce and keep your employees feeling safe, even Tom's, everywhere.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Yang. I am one of the NAAAP board members, and it is my absolute pleasure and honor to introduce to you our very next presenter and speaker. Her name is Africa Yoon, and it's such a pleasure to have her with us today. Africa is a television host, activist, and author. She's most notably known for hosting PBSs include American Fitness, Cause Celebrity News for Think MTV. Africa came to be widely known when, as an activist, she lost 110 pounds when she ran from New York to Chicago, ending at Oprah Winfrey Studios. She also has run across Europe and parts of the African continent, all in the name of charity. That's so amazing and big-hearted of her. Ms. Yoon just completed her memoir called The Korean, about how embracing Korean culture restored her health. So put your hands together and be excited to welcome Africa today as she comes to teach us how to cook a few amazing Korean dishes, including a carrot salad, bacon kimchi, and some other items. So now I'm gonna give it up to Miss Africa Yoon so she can share her cooking secrets with us. And we're also gonna be giving away some gift cards today. We're gonna be giving either McDonald's gift cards or Amazon gift cards at the end of her session. So make sure you tune in closely so you'll know the answers to the trivia questions at the end of her presentation. So let's give it up for Africa.
Hi. Hi, everybody. So aloha, annyeonghaseyo. My name is Africa, as you just heard. So I'm going to run you through what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to try to see if we can have a little fun. Elizabeth, if you could just tell me when we're about halfway through, that would be super awesome. And then we will get ready to go. I'm gonna jump right in. This session is called African Hands Korean Food. So I'm gonna go through all the list of things that I hear all the time that people always want to know. How did an African come to cook Korean food? Do you have yellow fever? My most and least favorite question. I'll go ahead and answer it. I do not have yellow fever, but I don't love that question because it implies that for me to be in love with a gorgeous, sexy, amazing, well-rounded, technologically savvy man, I would have to have a fever, which would mean that I would be sick. I am not sick. I am well, and I love my husband, and so I do not have this yellow fever of which people are speaking. People also want to know, did I start cooking to impress my husband? Second question is, no, I did not start cooking Korean food to impress my husband. I'm gonna pause there and then I'm gonna just jump right in and start the beginning of my first recipe, and I will scale back to explain to you guys what I'm doing, why I eat this way, and why it has helped me. Okay, people, I can't see you, so I don't even know if you're laughing or not. Elizabeth is gonna have to do all the emotions for me to understand that people think I'm funny. Okay, so let's just start off with a carrot. Just so you understand, my philosophy is two things. I do cook very traditional Korean food. I make myeokguk, as you can see here. I don't know if you guys can see very well. I make myeokguk, I make kalbi, you know, I make corvina. This is a corvina fish, okay? I make very traditional Korean food, and I set my table out pretty much every time in a Korean bapsang, which is like, you know, all the banchan and soup and fish and leaves and everything. So I'm very traditional in that sense. However, what I do is I have a half of me is like a raw vegan, and then the other half of me is like Korean. So it's like Korean plus raw vegan equals Africa. Okay, so just so you understand that philosophy as I start cooking. Oh, I might need a peeler to start this recipe. Okay, So basically, first recipe, we're just gonna start. This is from like my raw vegan side. A big part of why Korean food works for me is because the ingredients, like tangun, which is how you say carrot in Korean, in their raw form are super healthy for you, right? So as a raw vegan at the time when I started to try to lose weight, I found that the Korean ingredients in their most raw element, that means kaenip, the sesame leaf, in its raw element, is extremely good for your body. This is musengchae. It's a Korean panchan. It's radish that's pickled, and it's sort of made into kind of like a little stringy type of, spaghetti type thing. The Koreans were noodling and doing all the raw noodles a long time ago before everybody started doing it and putting it at Whole Foods. So that in itself aids your digestion. It's good for your heart. It's good for your blood pressure. Just that alone. Kimchi, of course, the mother of all Korean ingredients, is amazing for you because of its probiotic effect. So if you're looking at Korean food at its most simple, if you put every Korean ingredient on this table and you did not cook it at all, and you ate it in that way, you would increase your health in such a high form. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just start this because time. So you're grabbing this carrot. See this carrot? It's a pretty big carrot. And I'm just gonna start shaving it. I just want you to see how time-wise, I have kids, right? So we all have kids. We all wanna be healthy. So doing stuff really fast, as you can see, look, it's starting to just make some little strings of, Elizabeth, can you see? If you can see, then I know.
Yeah, I can see, yeah. The
right.
strings of carrots.
Just go like this. You keep going. Your kids are like, oh, Ma, can you please get my brother hit me? And you're like, I got you. You're like, I'm coming. Turn it around the other way and keep going. At that point, your husband is like, do you know where my keys are? Do you know where my head is? Is there going to ever be food on the table? Even though that's never the question, actually. There's always food on the table at my house. But I just want to whip through this first recipe so that you guys understand, just in case I yap, which I be yapping. Look, see, I'm just shaving down. Now, if I start getting to where I will use this again and chop it and put it into something else. But if I start getting to a point where, oh boy, like it's not long and stringy, because the big thing is trying to keep some of the consistency. Like if you eat a carrot, I'm sure there's some of you that are so healthy that you just could eat a carrot. Even I could eat just a carrot at this point and be okay. But, it's nice to still have the elements of a noodle or something like that, that consistency that makes you go, because otherwise you're not going to maintain it. So see, look, just whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay, that's enough for this presentation. So I'm actually going to go ahead and finish this recipe off. Okay, so let's talk about sort of the holy grail of Korean food. And then I'm going to go into the story that everybody wants to know, which is how did I lose 110 pounds and how did I get to be? So I'm going to just make a basic, super basic Korean sauce. Like this can happen in so many varieties. It could be spicier. It could be less spicy. It could be more sweet. But I'm going to take, this is a gluten-free kikkoman soy sauce, right? So I'm just going to put in this little soy sauce, okay? And then this is sesame oil. Oh, sesame oil, I love it, oh my God.
Taking notes right here.
I would bathe in it, honey. I would bathe in it if I could, I would. Oh, look, see, I had set this up. All right. Okay, I'm gonna talk to you about sugars because people are like, Korean food is so sweet. How can you lose weight eating it's all about balance. It's all about balance. You want to make sure that Korean food is like the elements of nature. It's like 5 elements of nature. So it's all about balancing. That's why you have all this banchan. Koreans, you know, I'm not telling you nothing that you don't know, but you have all these elements. So on the plate, everybody's a chef, right? So you're like, a little sweet, a little this, a little that, a little that. The problem is, hello, America, we go too much on the sweet. So then we're like, you have sweet and sweet and sweet, and your waistline is like, hey, hey, sweet, you getting pretty sweet and fat, hey, hey. So you don't want to do too much sweet, right? So, okay, I'm going to give you like a little substitution. This is organic monk fruit sugar. I don't endorse any brands because they don't, so they pay me. I don't endorse them. And this is coconut sugar. It's people who are doing paleo or whatever it is. It's really good, and it's brown, and it's very good for substituting all the kind of brown sugars that you have. So I'm going to go ahead and put like, this is just like a tablespoon of the coconut sugar. So you got sesame oil, you got soy sauce, and then you got a sugar. And then you're just mixing it up. And then everybody always asks me for recipes, but like Korean food, the way I learned it eventually and from my mother-in-law, there's no really like a recipe, you know, it's like tasting and finding your balance. You could have this sauce with no sugar and this is still gonna work because what has sugar? The carrots has a little bit of sweet. So you don't really have to add a little bit of sweet. So let's do this. I'm gonna add one more thing, because that's how I am. Add some vinegar. Okay, a little vinegar. This is a rice vinegar. Okay, put a little vinegar in there. I'm gonna taste it. Not that you guys would know, but oh my. Okay.
We wish we could taste it too.
I'm gonna put this, just pour this onto carrots like this. And then a big thing about raw vegan food is called soaking, right? So it's sometimes hard to digest raw food. So you put it in this sauce, then look, you see it? Can you guys see?
Yeah.
It's good and wet. Then I'm not gonna eat it right away. I'm gonna leave it and let it what? Soak. Oh boy, talking on the computer is so fun when you can't hear the audience. Love it. I hope you guys are saying so. I'm gonna leave it to soak. That's the entire salad right there. Oh, I'll give you one more tip. You wanna make it a little noodlier. Now, you don't have to do this because this takes time. And don't try to do it all perfect. I know my Asian brothers and sisters, you guys are very perfectionist and sometimes a little OCD. I'm gonna say it. So you don't have to be perfect. Just you can cut this noodle a little thin. See, look, I'm taking like 5 of them at once. Just make it a little thin. So then you're getting a little bit more noodle feeling, right? You see, I'm just cutting it like that. Okay. Then at the end, add sesame seeds or grab yourself a little bit of this, boop, a little bit of this, boop, a little bit of this, boop.
Is it bean sprouts and tomatoes?
This is kaktugi. Kaktugi is like kimchi, like a kimchi radish. It's sort of the same sauce as the regular kimchi, but on radish.
Oh.
Okay. This is museng che, is what I talked to you about. This is steamed bean sprouts. It's just it's steamed sprouts. You just steam it for about a minute, not too much. Add a little sesame oil and salt. That's it. This is el broccoli. You guys know broccoli. And then garlic. I would put like 17 tons of garlic, right? And then you just like look. Beautiful. So that's like raw vegan plus the Korean sauce. So now I'm gonna start by telling you a story about how I came to be losing 110 pounds. So I worked, as she told you, I had a company called Girl Behind the Camera Productions, right? And Girl Behind the Camera Productions was promoting like movies and television that had like a social message. And I started off working with MTV. I basically, when I was like 14 or 15, hounded the president of MTV, guilty, and was like, yo, there's this thing called AIDS, and I want to do something about it. and I just want to tell people about it. I just want to go in the street and tell people about it. And could you give me some money for flyers? Like, could you give me some, I want to make some photocopies. Could you give me some money for photocopies? And they were like, is this a grant? Like, what is this? Like, what is this request? And I said, I just want some money for some photocopies. And literally at that time, an executive at MTV literally opened the wallet and was like, how much are the photocopies? And gave me the money. And that was like my first ever like assignment or like sponsorship by MTV that I got when I was like just like a teenager. And I literally made photocopies, went into the street and passed out flyers telling people that there was this thing called HIV and that you had to be safe, yada, yada, yada. Fast forward many botherings of MTV later, they helped me in doing many things and also introduced me to Hollywood, where I was able to promote my first movie where that had a social message. It was actually George Clooney's Good Night and Good Luck. And I created a whole campaign where we were getting people to report, just like in the movie, like things that matter to them. So that's how I started with that. Anyway, I got very busy. Thank you, MTV, always. And they kept me pretty busy. They funded me a lot. They introduced me to people a lot. I started a film festival. And I went from somebody who was like so skinny my whole life. So I was like getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, I'm gonna crack an egg. I'm gonna crack an egg for our next thing. So basically, anyway, I get really fat. My mother has a lot of Korean friends. How many minutes are we, so I know?
We're almost halfway, 3 minutes till halfway.
Okay, so fast forward to I'm really fat. My mother had Korean friends, and her Korean friend used to take us to this place called Hanarum. Hanarum was now is H Mart. You guys know H Mart, right? Hanarum was H Mart. This was in Jersey. And I go to H Mart because my mother used to go to this store where she would have like, they would give you like healing treatments in order for you to like buy this bed. So I was getting fatter. I wasn't feeling well. I decided to go look for the store. I'm gonna start the other one since you're telling me that we're halfway through. I'm gonna start making an amuse, which is something that I kind of invented myself. It's a mixture. It's another Korean play. Koreans like to eat pork belly. So this is kind of, I'm doing it's an amuse, which is just one bite, okay? I speak French, so amuse, amuser la bouche, which is just to amuse the mouth. I'm just putting some bacon, some whitish bacon onto the fire here while we talk, right?
Is this the bacon kimchi amuse?
It's a bacon kimchi amuse. I mean, come on. And is anyone ever gonna be mad at bacon? So like Koreans are always gonna be eating like samgyeopsal. I'm gonna just prepare here. I'm gonna take a perilla leaf, okay? Put it on the plate. I'm gonna take a kim, that's Korean sort of dried thing. And then I'm gonna turn this down so I can just talk. So anyway, so I go to this like kind of this place. It's kind of like a little mini mall. They have all the different stuff. And I see this lady, the store is closed. I can't find it. I'm about to walk out and I hear somebody, this lady tells me, oh, do you want to buy buttercream pang? Now I don't speak Korean at the time. So I'm like, I just think it's a Korean word. Come to find out that buttercream pang is just buttercream bread. Buttercream is not a Korean word, it's just buttercream. So she's telling me pang is bread, so she's trying to sell me buttercream bread. I eat this bread. Woo, I was a fat black lady, people. I was eating this bread like, I was like, oh my God, the bread is like, oh, it's alive. So I'm eating this bread and all of a sudden I hear, why you eat this bread? You are too fat. I'm like, yeah, I come from a little bit well-to-do family. I'm just saying it. So I'm quite composed woman, but I'm also African-American now. So I'm like, who wanna fight me? Who's calling me? Who wanna fight me? You wanna fight me? Who wanna fight me? Who wanna fight? Who are you talking to? I turn around, there's this little old 80-year-old woman who's like, I'm like, African, so gangster comes off, good African girl comes back on, and I'm like, I say, what now? She said, you are too fat. She might as well have spat at me. I was like, okay. So then now, okay, she starts to, I'm gonna turn this bacon. She starts to tell the buttercream pang lady to take back the pang because I'm too fat to eat this. And I'm like, wow, this lady's really like what's going on here? This lady is like really like, I'm gonna chop some garlic while we're talking, yeah?
Yeah.
I chop so much more garlic, but we don't have enough time for the amount of garlic I put on recipes. I mean, like, use 1 clove of garlic, said no Korean ever. You know what I mean? They're like, use 1 clove. Koreans are like, use 75,000 cloves. All right. So for the purpose of this, it's not gonna be perfect. I'm gonna just take this bacon, right? See, look, I got the perilla, the kim, the garlic. I'm gonna just place this bacon across, right? I like my food to look pretty. You see my gold plates, they're for sale if anybody wants one. And then I'm going to grab this kimchi, okay?
All right, we're at the halfway mark, just to let you know.
Yep, I'm already done with 2 recipes. Elizabeth, I'm on it, man.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna come around because I want you to understand how you do it. All right, guys, so you see you have the perilla leaf, you have the kim, and then you have the kimchi. So I'm gonna just take this, okay, sort of wrap it. Okay. We'll wrap it again. And then Korean style, in 1 bite, you eat the whole thing.
Wow.
It's so good.
That looks delicious.
I don't have to convince you guys. That is the best tasting thing ever. Okay? The Korean.
Man, I wish this was a live cooking show so I can just be your guinea pig.
It's so good. I'm not gonna eat it because we don't have time. Anyway, so lady is, and I'm going into a rose mandu now, guys. So this is ground meat. Okay. Putting some just ground meat, okay? So old lady is like, trying to get trying to get me to not eat chive. I'm chopping chive, okay? She's trying to get me to not eat the buttercream pang. So after she basically like breaks me, which there's lots of truth to it, for some reason, I just started feeling like, yo, why is this lady going so hard for me? I started taking it less personal and started feeling more like, she was acting like a little bit like my African family. Like sometimes they say stuff, it comes from like a good place, but they don't say it right. Come on, Asian conference. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You know about the parents that say stuff, but they don't say it right. They just say it too blunt and you're like American, you're like, but what happened to the sweetie in it? Nothing, there's no sweetie in it. So I started to feel that, okay, I'm cracking. Eggs, 2 eggs. This was about, I think this was about a cup. So I'm gonna like, for the sake of, oh, I already can't, look at me. All right, I'm gonna add 1 egg for now. So this was like a cup. Oh my gosh, with the measurements. This was like a little, look at this is African measurements. Take a little bit of this one. Take a handful of this one. Take 1 egg. Don't add the other egg because you don't know if you're going to need it or not. It may be too much. Take some of this spicy mayonnaise. Okay. Like sriracha mayo. That's my own little thing. Oh, we're making a tuna John. It's gluten-free, right? Okay, I said that right. Okay, and then I'm taking a little gluten-free flour, which no Korean recipe has gluten-free flour, but these days, I have a gut health doc and she is Korean as well. Look how I'm mixing it. She is Korean as well. So she's always trying to tell me like, don't eat gluten, don't eat the gluten, don't eat the gluten. Oh my God, do you know what I just did? Guys, what? I just mixed up recipes. This is supposed to be tuna, but look, we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it. And what I'm gonna do is, we're gonna roll with it. Okay, we're gonna do the mandu next. We're gonna roll with it.
All right, so mandu next. Right now, we're gonna do the Korean tuna john, right?
No,
Which is
we're not
Korean
doing
tuna
tuna. We're
pancake.
going right to mandu. We're gonna go into mandu
Oh,
because I
really?
eat meat instead of tuna. So I'm just gonna use it as the filling. So the meat, I would have not done mayo, okay? I would have just done meat and chives, and that's how I do it, like super simple, okay? Now, this one, I really want you guys, this is so important, okay? I'm gonna break the protocols. Because I really want you guys, oh, welcome to Hawaii.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my gosh, an airplane, a car alarm. I mean, it's all happening at once. All right, I really want you guys to see. The rose mandu is really important, okay? So look, I'm taking one mandu, right? Skin. I'm putting it down. Can you see the table?
Yeah, I see it.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm
Perfect
taking one
angle.
mandu skin. I'm taking another mandu skin. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Now I remember why I had cracked one egg. My husband's grandmother used to close mandu with egg. So my husband has me closing mandu with egg. Okay, so I'm just whipping this egg like this, right? Can you see?
Yeah. So mandu is like dumpling skin, huh?
Mandu is dumpling, period. This is the skin. Mandu peach is the skin. So look, I'm just gonna go around the edges, right? Oh my gosh, with the alarm, you guys. Oh my gosh. I can't even believe somebody's alarm is going off.
So this is just egg on the side.
Yeah, this is just, I'm just lining it with egg. I'm trying to do the fast version, okay?
Nice,
So,
okay.
all right. So I'm gonna separate them now, okay? Now, I'm gonna take this, is like, let's say this is the mix. Now, you don't wanna take too much, okay? Because we're making a flour. You don't wanna take too much, okay? So I'm just gonna take like a little, let's say, and I keep drying my hands, right, guys? A little bit and put it here. I'm just using plain thing right now because I mixed that whole thing and it's not meant to be like that. Now I'm gonna take another one, all right. So now I'm gonna take the first one, okay? I'm gonna fold this over like this, okay? And close it, right? See? See?
Oh, cute.
Not too much, just a little foldation. All right, now I'm gonna put this one on the corner. Can you guys see?
Yes.
Right? I'm putting it on the corner of this one. I'm putting another little one, maybe even a tiny bit less. And then I'm folding, can you see?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm now folding this one over the other one, right?
So it connects.
Like right. Very good. Elizabeth is a lawyer. And usually I get very nervous about talking to lawyers for long periods of time. You get a bill after, right? This is our second call, Elizabeth. I hope I'm not gonna get some big bill.
No bills on this call.
All
no,
right.
you're teaching me. I hope you don't bill me.
I think Elizabeth's about to be my lawyer for some good IP stuff. That's what she does. Woo, plug.
Wow, look at that. I've never seen that before.
All right, so do you guys kind of see?
Yeah, the chain of dumplings.
All right, this is so important that you see how it's like done. I'm gonna try to do it backwards. If it doesn't go well because I'm doing it at the wrong angle because I want to teach you guys, then okay. So now look how I'm gonna start rolling this. Okay, start rolling. She rolling.
And the filling won't come out because there's not that much filling, huh?
Not too much. Okay. You don't want to
make sure not to put too much filling in there.
Yeah, and I like the mandu to be just a little bit thicker than usual.
And you just get the mandu from a Korean supermarket?
Yeah, or you can make it, but we only have 45 minutes. So. All right.
Oh,
So
you
look
put
at this
some
one.
egg on the side to keep
Look
it.
at that.
Wow, it looks like a rose.
Is that beautiful or what?
Wow, I have never seen that. Okay.
All right, so then I gotta close it. See it?
Yeah.
Closing it
Like
with
glue.
a little egg. See?
Oh my gosh.
Nice
And
and
if you cook it, it won't fall apart?
All right, let me put this back and then I'm gonna continue because we don't have too much time. I did not ever plan to. Can you see me well? Like, let's try to, oh boy, no.
Make it a little higher.
There?
And we have 12 minutes left.
Okay, so basically here's what you would be doing, okay? So here's the pan, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna put a little water, tiniest bit of water, tiniest bit, okay? You're gonna put oil, tiniest bit of oil, olive oil, just a little bit of olive oil. You're gonna place the rose mandu like this, right? So now it's gonna be sizzling. Now, when it's just, I would say you do that for about a minute, okay? You'll start to see that the bottom of it is getting a little brown, okay? So just let it for a minute, just on not too much oil, not deep oil, like a sheet of oil, okay? Just let that sizzle. Then once that is done, you're gonna take about, I would say, like half a cup of water. So let's say you have 3 in there. About half a cup of water, pour the water in there, okay?
Okay.
And then cover it. So it's gonna cook the bottom, then you're gonna put the top on it and it's gonna steam the rest of the mandu.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's shape. It's not a mandu that you freeze, it's a mandu that you eat right away.
So it'll be crispy on the bottom.
So it's crispy on the bottom. I'm gonna while I'm talking to you, I'm gonna try to do it. So I tell you the next thing, but I just wanted to tell you guys like how it goes. Here's the olive oil going in. I'm gonna try to do it now while we're on here, while I talk to you. Okay, let me tell you about the lady. So then
I want to know the story.
As she's walking away, I'm like, lady, if I'm not supposed to eat this, what should I eat? And at this point, I kind of like, my eyes are welling. It's kind of like one of those moments where I am actually shifting my awareness to understand that this woman has information for me that actually could help me out. Like, I don't know where that came from, but there's that shift. And we talk about shift in this conference. You always have to listen. The best things that ever happened to me in my career came from me going, for 1 second going, okay, go, right? Well, you gotta have that pause. Okay, go, right? When I moved to Hawaii, I came to Hawaii, I was coming here to finish my book for the winter. I got here, I live in a little bungalow. This is a little bungalow that we have, these beach bungalows, beaches right here, like so good. I came here, I was supposed to be here for 2 months, okay? I got to the front of the place and I was like, I said, let's move here. Let's take a look. My husband was like, say what now? I said, let's take the longer lease. What happens? 2 months later, coronavirus. And we were stuck here anyway.
Oh, wow. Perfect timing.
Yes, exactly. But you have to listen to yourself. In this career, look, Asian people, I'll say it, I'm gonna break it down by race because it matters, right now. Asian people were on the rise, okay? I'm a Black woman in America, so I could really break down race for you really quick about where Asian people were, okay? And what I felt was coming and what occurred and where I feel like Asian people, because sometimes you have to have somebody else that is not from where you are and is not who you are, look at you to tell you what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like your friend that tells you that boyfriend is like that. Well, America is the bad boyfriend at this time in a way, okay? And companies and whatever else, everybody has to shift to understand that the system was not broken, okay? It was designed to not allow certain things to occur. It wasn't a breaking, okay? However, Everybody has the chance, white people, corporations, Asian people, Black people, to do a little pause and shift right now to do the right thing that will make everybody be doing well. And Asian people were doing very well. I mean, when Korea won the Oscar, I turned to my husband and I said, amazing, uh-oh. I knew that at some point, for whatever reason, there was gonna be a shift to try to make Asian people not look so good. It was like, wow, crazy rich Asians, wow, businesses, wow, you're getting into Harvard. Oh, no, you're not getting into Harvard anymore. We're gonna cut that. You're too smart. You're too freaking smart. Well, I ain't too smart. I'm doing so good. I rise. Okay, so now it's like, I was like, watch. There's gonna be a powers that be. Here comes the water. I'm dumping the thing. I'm dumping the other recipe so I could finish. I'm now adding the water, right? Right on top of it.
That's for the rose mondu.
Yeah, that's the rose mondu. Where's my cup? All right, I'm gonna take this because I can't find the other thing. And then this will just go on top, right? I'm gonna hold it on top because I don't even have like.
So how long do you steam it in there?
Just for a few minutes. Hold on.
Okay, just a few minutes. Don't forget to tell us the rest of the story about the Korean lady.
I'm not forgetting. Okay, so I'm covering it. All right, so whatever, there was a shift. Okay, just hear me out with this Asian shifting. So now everything happens and everybody feels like it's crumbling. It's like, I gotta work at home. I gotta do all these things. I have all this stuff. Nothing actually changed, okay? Where you felt like you were 6 months ago, if you felt like you were thriving. If you didn't feel like you were thriving, you feel like you're drowning right now. So you had a shift 6 months ago. Shifting is not something that you do like because something bad happens. Shifting is something that you always have to be doing, like music, right? You always have to be shifting. If you are not always shifting and going in and out and flowing, you're gonna be in trouble no matter whether there's a coronavirus or not. But if you're somebody that's always pivoting and where does my business need to go? And what's the, hey, everybody's making food right now. I mean, that's where I'm here right now. Everybody's on the internet making food. Okay, I'm gonna cook some food. Here we are, right? Shift, shift, shift. You always have to be shifting. That is the biggest thing. So nothing changed, Asian people. Nothing changed, Asian business people. You're all still brilliant. You're all still gorgeous. You like so smart and good looking at the same time. It's kind of annoying. You're all good looking. You're all gorgeous. It doesn't matter if somebody makes a TikTok thing that says that Asian eyes aren't beautiful. Does that change that Asian eyes are beautiful? Absolutely not. It doesn't matter if the only thing that matters is that people are being violent and everybody else of every other race has got to stand up and say, that's not okay. So violence is like a thing and we got to protect our kids and we have to shift onto how we protect our kids. So maybe homeschool is not the worst thing at this time. So we all have to shift together to get to a place where we realize that just because the outside thing tells you things have changed, you have to know that your inside, nothing has changed. You lose your job, you lose the business. It's all part of your journey. Just shift. Take a little this, take a little this, take a little that. You don't need sweet right now. Bitter's not in. Get a little sweet, you need a little sweet, you need a little this. Change your diet, run, whatever you got to do, shift your businesses and talk to each other and collaborate and talk to people of other races. Okay, so anyway, so I tell the lady, hey, what should I eat then? And she turns around and she says,
gangster grandma.
Korean food. That's what she says. And so for the next about 6 months after church, every Sunday, she met with me and went grocery shopping with me. And
really?
She put in my basket Korean food, Korean food, Korean food, so much food, so much ingredients. I didn't know what to do with all these ingredients. She just started shopping with me. She's very strict. And after 30 days shopping and eating, and I was going vegan and I was eating some of the ingredients raw and I was, you gotta read my book. It explains it all. And all of this in 30 days of eating what the harmony told me, I lost 30 pounds.
In how many days?
30.
What? That's insane.
This. Woof.
Wow.
Just like, I was like waking up, like, I was like, look, I have had 3 kids, 2 twins, whatever, and I'm getting back to my center again now. But when I tell you that I never have felt shift in my body in this way ever, I tell you, she changed my life. She literally changed my life. And there's more to the story of her and me, but that's how it came to be. So how I eat is, Korean food already has raw elements. I take this raw thing, I fill it, I eat this. If I eat rice, I intermittent fast as well. I don't eat like first thing in the morning. I wait a little bit, pause and go, right? That's what I'm talking about. So I eat this. I take a piece of fish. I eat some fish. I just eat basically, like, if I had to break it down, like, it's almost like I eat salad with like Korean panchan at the most. Now, a lot of people cannot stomach like raw food, but she always told me to eat a lot of soup, a lot of tea, soup. She was like, cha, cha, cha. I thought she was cha, 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 but no, cha is tea. So a lot of tea, drink hot water, and go to sleep. She told me, go to sleep. Sleeper. Everything is sleeper, eat, Korean food, you know what I'm saying? So that's it. Okay, look, we're ready, like this, like, what have we done?
One last minute. Let's see what the result is.
10 minutes or 5 minutes? How long was that? Let's grab a plate here.
So just steam it for about 5 minutes. Okay.
So then?
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
So you have something, I'm gonna come to the camera. See the bottom? See the bottom? It's crispy.
Oh, wow, brown and crispy, and the rose shape is still there, and it's a steamed rose mandu.
Exactly, it's so good. Then you go back to that other original sauce, and then that's it. Okay, it's my last minute, but you guys, every time I speak, and I've spoke all over the world, I always make everybody dance, okay? So I love you so much. There's so much more I wanted to say, but I want
to bring you back for another session.
Koreans love a karaoke, okay? So we're gonna do a little karaoke and dance, and I'm saying goodbye to you, annyeong, aloha, and I'm gonna put this on, and we're gonna dance a little bit.
We're gonna dance, and then we're gonna answer any questions the audience has.
Oh, questions. Want to do questions first?
Yeah, we can do questions first.
Oh, here, let's dance a little bit. Dance
All right, we'll dance, and then feel free to message the questions, and I'll get the questions to you if there's any.
Okay. Everybody start putting your questions in. All right, here we go. You hear it?
Yeah, we can hear it. We can see the lyrics.
Don't wanna lose you this way. Feeling when you're about to break up. Just wanna kiss and make up one last time. Touch me like you touch nobody. Put your hands all over me. Tired of hearing sorry. Kiss and make up. I don't wanna leave this party, 'cause all I want is you walking on me. Kiss and make up. 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 How'd you know we're gonna go?
All right. Okay, that was good, right?
Yeah. All right. Okay, we got a question for you, Africa. You ready? Okay. The audience wants to know if you have a cookbook. Everyone says you're so refreshing.
Okay, guys. So I'm just finishing my actual book. So that's called The Korean. I just got a manager. She's Korean. And she is actually working to get my book published. I gotta do like one thing at a time. If you want to cook with me, come to Facebook. Look, Korean Cooking Friends. And I actually have, I can't talk about it all the way, but I have a digital product. I'm just gonna be careful because the Korean gets mad at me if I give away things too fast. A digital product that will allow you to cook with me and look at recipes with me. It's just not gonna be a cookbook. I'm doing it in a new way. It's gonna be an app, and you're gonna actually get to make food that I make with me in an app. That's all I could say. So,
oh my God, that sounds amazing.
So a cooking project is on the way, but there's Manchi, there's Chef Chris Cho, there's all these people. Eventually I will do a book. I'm really super respectful about Korean culture. I don't want to enter making Korean traditional food because I feel like at this time, I just want to make sure that I am illuminating the Korean chefs that are out there already, and that I don't culturally appropriate. And for me to make sure that I don't do that, I need to go very slowly into the process. So, and make sure that I just like respect everybody and have a lunch with like 10 Korean chefs and ask them like how they feel about it. And then when they tell me how they feel about me and Korean food in a book and what would be respectful, then I'll do a book.
Awesome. So the name of your
friends, Korean Cooking Friends Facebook group.
Korean Cooking Friends Facebook group, and the book is called The Korean. One more question. What do you love most about Korean culture?
Oh, that's easy. Food. I love food because the food is helpful to me. You know what I mean? I was making with the halmoni. I was kind of futzing through like the ingredients by myself. This is before I was married. And then I got married. I'm very lucky. I have a very loving mother-in-law. We don't have any racial issue tension. I know people always ask about it, so I just answer it.
Is she Korean?
She's Korean. I know Korean mother-in-law is like notoriously troublesome.
So your husband is Korean and your kids are
Korean. My Korean mother-in-law is not troublesome at all. She's an incredibly loving woman, and she taught me a lot of recipes. And so Korean food is the best thing because it saved my life. I lost 110 pounds in a year eating Korean food. I went postpartum and I had some things that happened to me postpartum that made me unwell. And again, now it is also helping me. I just moved to Hawaii and I lost 40 pounds just doing the Korean program.
All right, I'm gonna cut you because we're past time. I'm just gonna ask one question to the attendees for the $10 gift certificate. So if you name one of the dishes that Africa has cooked, message it to the online chat group, and if you're one of the first to name one of her dishes that she showed you today, you'll get a $10 gift certificate. So thank you so much, Africa. Give it up for Africa.
Everybody, bye.
Bye.
Let us be clear. We may have arrived in this country at different times and under different circumstances, but one thing is certain. Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have been a part of the fabric of this country since its very beginning. We may not have always been the most visible community, but our contributions have always had an impact that far outweighs our numbers. Today, we live in a world that barely resembles what it was even 6 months ago. Like many Americans, we face issues and challenges that deeply affect our communities. From healthcare to hate crimes, from the census to social justice, from immigration to equity, our stake in the next election has never been more personal. Let us be clear. AAPIs will be a part of the solution to these challenges, and we will make that difference, just like we always have. Today, we are mobilizing to meet the challenges we see, and our community's vote will be the difference maker. It already is in multiple key races throughout the country. We are a community that is more energized and politically active than ever before. So let us be clear.
As the fastest growing group in the country, our voting power has doubled over the last decade. Our voice has never been louder, and our vote has never counted for more. And that is something every candidate should be clear on.
I am an immigrant person of color.
I've been in the United States 18 years.
First generation Filipina.
I'm the son of Indian immigrants.
I was very self-conscious of my accent. I would try and pick up like American words and say them a certain way. It never worked.
First generation American, you're already a little bit different than the others.
I think I was excluded not because people were excluding, but more because people were unaware.
My dad came to this country with $8 in his pocket, and it certainly shaped the way that I look at things. It forces me to work harder and really make sure that that journey that he went through really made it worth it for him with the life that my sister and I can build here.
I'm so glad I'm myself, the ethnicity I am, that the background I've had. That is what makes me.
உங்களோட வித்தியாசமே உங்களோட சக்தி. அதை சந்தோஷமா கொண்டு வாங்க உங்க வேலைக்கு.
The day the world stopped was the day we found where to go. Lost together, we discovered ourselves again. And we realized that the things that matter deserve time.
That looks good. A comer.
For two.
From now on, we're not going to leave anything on our plates. Because we've learned to savor the moments that were always there. And they never tasted this good.
So welcome back all. I don't know about y'all, but I'll be having Korean food tonight. That was super yummy. I can't stop thinking about all the yumminess, all the food that you guys, that we were able to see being made. My name is Kim Cummings, and I'm pleased to be here today as the NAAAP National Board Member and a super fan of our NAAAP chapters. Today, I'll be introducing our closing keynote speaker. So for some housekeeping, please feel free to submit your questions and comments through the chat box. And as time permits, we'll cover those questions after our speaker closes. Today, I'm very excited to present our final keynote speaker author, and actually her first book, Asian American Dreams, The Emergence of the American People, is a must-read and a favorite of mine. Helen is a former journalist, inspiring activist, and a 2020 NAAAP 100 honoree. Using her superpowers for good, please join me in a virtual welcome to Helen Zia. Helen?
Thank you, Kim. I just want to start by saying how incredibly honored I am to receive this terrific NAAAP 100 Award, which is actually right here. It's kind of heavy and I don't want to move it, so but this is it. It's beautiful. Thank you. And I actually remember when NAAAP was first forming in the early 1980s, and it's just so inspiring to see how NAAAP has grown, and the influence of its leadership has reached so many, not only our Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, but really the entire country. So that just makes it so much more of an honor to receive this. I know we have a little bit of time for me to talk about your theme, the NAAAP theme, which I think is just spot on, about a shift. And what is this shift? And so I thought what I would do is give a little bit of a short talk about what we're shifting from, what we're shifting to, and then I would just love to hear the questions that Kim will be throwing at me, as well as from all of you in the chat rooms. So I wanted to start with a little bit of a PowerPoint, because some of these visuals are useful to remember about what the normal was. And I think we've got somebody who's going to load up that PowerPoint. Okay, if we could start with the first slide, please. Oh, all right, good. Because I can't. So first slide is just a picture of me as a kid, 5, with 3 of my brothers. I later had another brother and another sister. And we all have pictures like this, right? With our families just being all American Asian families. And, but we all stand on the people who came before us, and we know that there's a history too. So I'm not going to go into that, but we know that there was an Exclusion Act that led to other Exclusion Acts that eventually led to the barring of all Asians from America from ever becoming citizens. And when I think of how people say Asian Americans just, what is it? We're too quiet, we don't get involved. We have to remember that we were barred from voting, becoming citizens, participating in this democracy for almost 100 years. You can read about that in the book that Kim so kindly mentioned. But if we could go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to just give a couple of comments about what we all hear. What are you, right? How do you answer what are you? And in fact, our identities are so, we're human beings. We're more than one checkoff box. So the what are you is, whoever wants to answer that question. And here's just a random shot of a lot of different ways we could answer that. And then next slide, please, is the one that I've heard so many times, and everyone I think is like a million times, where are you from? And not in that nice way of, where are you from? I'm from here. And even though they might be well-meaning, it's kind of like you're asking about a dog's breed, right? Hey, what are you, Cocker Spaniel? And when you go down this road, you actually hear the kind of lack of information. Oh, you're from Taiwan. I love Thai food, or, oh, so you're an Indian. I'm sure our vice presidential Democratic candidate has heard that plenty of times. And here's the one that women often hear, Asian women. Oh, I once met a nice little girl like you somewhere, and you don't want to know more. And so next slide, please. So I wanted to just talk about this normal, right? What we pre-pandemic know. And a lot I have talked about to different groups about the myths that we have. And we, in this current day, talk about the model minority racist myth, but there's more, right? And I call this the gooks, the geeks, and the geishas. And I have a little bit of a, a little bit about that. I wanted to show these visuals. So next slide, please. We know the gook, right? This is our history. This is more than 100, more than 200 years of the ethnic cleansing that is part of our history. We have Flash Gordon, we're talking about almost 100 years ago, cartoons that depicted Asians as Fu Manchu or Ming the Conqueror, whose only role was to destroy America. We have so many video games that really have pretty evil looking Asian characters. And this magazine cover from Time Magazine, The Next Cold War. Well, this magazine cover is actually, I think, about 20 years old, but it's as applicable today, 30 years, 40 years ago, and today, we know. And so this thing about Asians being the untrustworthy enemy of America, never being able to be loyal Americans and always being the perpetual foreigner, that's there. And so next slide, please. There's also a gender component here. So when you layer on the Asian female who is supposed to be exotic, yet also has that cast of, well, but she's also very dangerous and a gook. You're looking at this first slide in the upper left-hand corner. That's Anna May Wong. That's 100 years ago, a movie that was done then when she was the Shanghai Dragon Lady. And then if you go to the right to current day, really, that's Lucy Liu. And what's the difference really in the message from those two pictures? So there's the danger of the Asian American woman. And then there's the exotic Asian woman who is only there to please a man, and generally a white man. But the idea is that she's submissive and exotic. And next slide, please. And that leads to the question of contemporary places for NAAAP members who are female, who, you know what, this is Ellen Pao, one of the most famous sexual harassment, sexual assault lawsuits. But she's not the only one. Many of the named complainants in very prominent sexual harassment, sexual assault lawsuits in the workplace have for decades been Asian American women, and partly because of the stereotype. So the whole thing about geishas, this is something that people see us in the workplace as well. And so next slide, please. And then there's the geeks, right? We know what that is. How many generations of Asian American children and boys have been bullied and tortured with these kind of stereotypes of, you know, the yellow face Mickey Rooney from Breakfast at Tiffany's. I was watching that movie, which I love, and then forgot that that scene was going to jump out at me, and it just ruined it, you know? And there have been apologies for that scene since then, but you know, that has dominated for decades and decades. And these are from 16 Candles, and we know what that kids have been just ridiculed and bullied by these scenes. But the idea is that Asian Americans in the workplace are the hardworking technicians, but never capable of really achieving leadership. And NAAAP is all about leadership. So this is one of the things that really is pervasive. And so next slide, please. I just have this little slide about the model minority racist myth. It has, you know, we talk about it, but a lot of people don't realize that there's a historical time and place for this, which is it came out in 1966 Asian Americans had nothing to do with its creation. It first appeared in the media, the New York Times, and then US News Report. And it said, when Americans are worrying about the plight of racial minorities, one minority is winning wealth by dint of its own hard work, not a welfare check. How much more clear could it be that this idea about Asians being the good silent minority who works hard and doesn't get a welfare check, which, by the way, there are many Asian Americans in poverty too. It was clearly to create the wedge. So next slide, please. And we've seen this in, this picture is 150 years old. The whole idea of Asian Americans being the hardworking, multitasking person working harder than, and what we see here are unemployed white workers at the coolie labor, can get paid less, work harder, why not hire them? And so next slide, please. Let's skip over this one and go to the next one, please. So the impact of this today is, gooks plus geeks. What are we today? High-tech coolies. And I raise that as a question because we see that in the public sphere, and this is what I want to talk about, we've already seen even before this pandemic, in what was normal, is that more and more Asian American scientists, engineers, business people, leaders are actually being arrested, accused of being disloyal Americans all over again, back to the old, idea of being incapable of being real Americans. We have two very notorious cases now. Sherry Chen, who worked for the National Oceanic Administration doing what? Research on oceans and climate change, who, because she had family in China, was accused of being a spy because she communicated with them. Those charges were eventually thrown out. And this is also Xiaoxing Shi, who was the chair of the physics department at Temple University, who was then arrested and accused of giving technology to China, which it turned out the FBI didn't even have the right device that they were talking about. It wasn't his device. He was then released and apologized to, but both of them basically lost their reputations. And so these are just examples. Just this past week, there was a lawsuit issued by one of our Asian advocacy groups against another arrest. And so, if we could pause the PowerPoint now, and I don't know if you're seeing the PowerPoint or if I'm on, but we can put the PowerPoint in the background for this moment. And I wanted to say that was normal. That was pre-pandemic. And so this idea of NAAAP's leadership convention that we have to have a shift, yes, we have to have a shift. We've had to have a shift for a long time. And so what's different now? Well, what's different now is that we have this terrible pandemic. We have people getting sick and dying. And we have people who look Chinese being blamed for all of the misery and suffering that people are experiencing, not only in America, but around the world. So for those of you in global industries, this is actually a global pandemic of racism that is landing on Asian Americans. So what is happening is it's accentuating the fault lines that existed under previous, quote, normal, that were never good for Asian Americans. And now we see them getting more and more intense. We've gone through periods of hate and hate crimes before, but nothing like what's happening today. I'm sure many of you have seen the news about the online reporting sites that have recorded, like at the first week they came up, every hour they had more than 100 cases being reported. And in the first week, they ended up with more than 900. First couple of weeks, more than 900. Now it's been more than 2,000. And so these are what's reported. And we know that the majority of hate crimes actually do not get reported, or hate incidents. So these are fears, real fears that people in our community are experiencing. And this is under sheltering in place. A lot of people are incredibly worried about schools opening, what about their kids, their safety, what about going to work, what's going to happen, using public transportation, being out on the streets, going shopping, which is where a lot of these incidents actually happen. So that's new in a way. It's a new intensity of that. But there's also more. We're going through an terrible economic disaster, and we're only at the beginning. Some of you might know that I've been involved in, fighting against hate crimes, anti-Asian racism for some time, especially beginning with the case against Vincent Chin in 1982, which was also a time of great economic crisis. And who was blamed then? People who looked Japanese. Why? Because Japan knew how to make fuel-efficient cars. And so Japan and anybody who looked Japanese was blamed for the economic crisis and the collapse of the auto industry. The fact is, Germany actually made quite a few fuel-efficient quality cars as well, but xenophobia and racism only work when the people look different. And so in that case, a young man named Vincent Chin was killed. In more recent history, we know after 9/11, people who, quote, look Muslim, which included people who were South Asian, people who were of religions like the Sikh religion, where they wore turbans, were definitely scapegoated under attack. There were a number of people who were killed, injured, a mass killing that took place. And I just have to say, for you leaders in NAAAP, we're only at the beginning of this economic crisis. That's a global crisis. We don't know. Economic expert is projecting when this might end or how bad it'll be. So I think this is something that should put all of us on alert and prepare. And so, so I had that last slide showing, the high-tech coolies. What is that? People who can be arrested, who can be intimidated at work and accused of being spies. And actually today we're seeing more and more of that. There's a campaign going on, a whole program that the whole Homeland Security and National Intelligence is doing. And so whether you are a physicist, a scientist, an engineer, or in business, I think it really behooves everyone to be aware, number one, of your rights, number two, what's happening and why, to look at some of these cases. There are books. Actually, one of my books was about Wenho Lee Wenhe, the nuclear physicist at Los Alamos National Labs, who was arrested, put into solitary confinement, eventually released with an apology from the judge saying, oops, what happened to you has shamed our nation. Well, this is happening more and more now. As I understand it, there have been more than 1,000 investigations, including many prosecutions underway of professionals who are being accused really because of ethnic scapegoating. And several of them will end up like Sherry Chen and Xiaoxing Shi, released with nothing but a complete stain on their reputations and probably a loss of possibly millions of dollars for legal fees to defend themselves. So this is something that is also going on. Now, I don't want to be all doom and gloom here, because the point is, as leaders, we have a potential to do something about it. And so what else is happening today is that there is a conversation going on that the kind of hate crimes and violence that's happening to Asian Americans is also happening to basically every other group, whether it's for religious, racial intimidation, LGBT people, and also the continuing violence against African Americans. And because around the world, really, but in the United States, there's a discussion going on now. And those of you who work in companies, even within corporations, I never thought I would reach the day where I would hear corporate leaders as well as police chiefs talking about systemic racism, about how to end that. What can we do about those things? How do we participate in those, and how we can disrupt that, whether it's in our own behavior or within our companies and institutions. And so I want to sort of just kind of end with that point, which is that we are at an inflection point. And when the news talks about Black Lives Matter, for Asian Americans, many communities are saying, well, where do we fit into that? I mean, I grew up at a time when it was only black and white. It was a binary. And if you weren't black and white as a little Asian kid, I had to think about, where do I fit in? And some people told me I didn't fit in at all. Well, today there's more than 20 million Asian Americans who are much more visible. And we have Vice Presidential candidate Kamala Harris, who is also Asian American. So it's a little bit more difficult to avoid people to ignore us completely, but it happens. And so here's where we come in. One reason it's so hard for Asian Americans to even think about how do we fit in, it's because of those stereotypes that I showed, the gooks, the geishas and the geeks. And we've never been able in the mass media and popular culture to be more than that. We weren't defining ourselves that way, but we didn't control the media. We weren't in leadership positions in companies and places where we could actually influence those things. But now we are in more and more places. We're all over America. And so what that means is, for those of us who have swallowed the poison, the toxic stuff that we've seen ever since we were children and everybody else has seen about who we are, the quiet, hardworking people who, if we don't make waves, maybe we can actually sneak, under the radar and move ahead that way. Because of that, many other people of color think that, hey, Asian Americans really think that we are honorary white people, or maybe we're complicit in white supremacy. Actually, all of these descriptions that Asian Americans have had to live under also are part of systemic racism and support white supremacy. So number one, I would say, everybody in NAAAP and your families and people you know, try to understand these things. I can't go through all of it in one, but there's really a lot of material about where we fit in America, what we can do. But to me, the main thing is we still are largely invisible. We have to raise our voices. We have to take the leadership that NAAAP is doing as an organization to define ourselves. We haven't been able to do it before. It's your generation. It's this moment, this inflection point that the whole country and many parts of the world are talking about, hey, wait a minute, we have to change something here. So for Asian Americans, we can't afford to be silent about this too. If we're not sure where we fit, let's find out and learn, because there's really a lot of material out there. So I think I want to stop there and move on to your questions, and to say that, this is your time. This shift is your time. The old normal was never good for Asian Americans, not really. Of course, individuals have found a way to survive through it, but for our communities, it has not worked. And so this shift is important for Asian Americans too, to be talking about systemic racism. What do we do about that? What do we do about a country that has been built on white supremacy? And that's how most Asian Americans ended up in this country, as coolie labor, or as high-tech coolies. And so how do we change that today and keep our human dignity and bring, the right to live, with liberty and justice for all into our Asian American communities as well? We can't afford to be what I call missing in history anymore. We really have to make these changes, and this is the time. So I'm so glad that NAAAP is having these conversations. Thank you so much for inviting me, for giving me this NAAAP 100 award. And I'd love to have any conversation questions that you might have. Thank you.
Helen, thank you. So beautifully wrapped up in a bow. I mean, you and folks that are on participating today, if you go to helenzia.com, HELENZIA.com, you will get lost in all of the information. You'll be inspired and just, I mean, I don't know about you, but when I read about impactful and emotional and successful people who have really advocated not only for themselves, but for other people, and uses their voice for good, it just makes me so proud to be an Asian American and to want to do more in this fight against, civil rights and equality. So Helen, thank you. It's just amazing. So helenzia.com. So I have a question for you, Helen. So many of our leaders, and I wish we were in person, because virtually you can't see how dynamic our NAAAP leaders are. I mean, we have hundreds of folks who are inspired every day just to give a little more every single day. And they are just so impactful because we make leaders. But some of them are exhausted. I mean, they have been fighting this battle and have been in their workplaces speaking up on behalf of Asian Americans, and at this point are just at a loss for words. But watching and reading your journey, can you tell us about a time when you were at a loss for words, and how did you get your voice back? And how would you have us do the same thing?
Well, thank you, Kim. That's such an important question. First, I just wanted to say about the long road of waging these fights and bringing up these points and talking about who Asian Americans are and feeling like you're doing that over and over again. That's where organizing comes in. None of us can do this alone. If we were doing it alone, we would all just eventually burn out. And that's the point. Having a voice, making change, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And so, I'm 68 this year. I still want to keep raising my voice. And there are times when I feel like I can't go 100 miles an hour. None of us can all the time. And so the thing about organizing is finding other people, and they don't have to be Asian American. And in fact, it's better if they're not all Asian American to also be raising their voices. So it doesn't always have to be your voice. And what that means is they might get tired too, whether they're people of color, or you're talking about people who are about gender or sexual orientation, but to be the ones who are supporting each other, whether it's in your workplace or your community, to stand up for somebody else sometimes so that they can take a break and not have to be the one who always has to be on point. I feel like for much of my time, whether it was as a journalist, a writer, working in different companies, that I've had to do Asian Americans 101 almost every time I had to speak. And that, it's not exactly that I didn't have my voice, but it gets tiring. It really does. And so, that goes back to the thing about finding other people to speak up and making sure that little step, you push the needle a little bit, that it keep it there, that, it's not one step forward, two steps back all the time, so that you can build on these things and look to new generations coming in as well. There have been times when for example, in the Vincent Chin case, there is a documentary called Who Killed Vincent Chin? And it's a documentary. I was one of the lead activists, and so I'm in there. And there was a point where in the film, you can actually see where I was speechless because I was asked on camera by two, white lawyers, "Oh, don't you think Asian Americans are being naive to think that we should have equal justice and that Vincent Chin's killers who beat him to death ought to be punished? Aren't you being naive?" And I have to say that in my mind, my head was exploding. And I don't want to say too many four-letter words on here, but I was going, what the F? Are you kidding? That is the most effed up thing I have ever been asked. And I knew that on camera, I really shouldn't say that. So you can watch me swallow. some friends of my Asian Americans can see that the look on my face is more that I'm upset. People who are not Asian, who don't understand Asian American facial expressions, say, wow, you were so calm. And my Asian friends say, oh my God, you were so upset. But I didn't say anything. And every time I see that film, and I have to see it periodically because groups watch it and want to talk about it afterward, I just cannot stand seeing that because I was speechless. And what I realized then was that, you know, as I struggled to think about formulating the right thing to say, and I think as Asian Americans, because of this whole model minority thing, it's like, okay, I have to get my comment perfect and then you're going through in your head all of that. Okay, if I say this, it'll be interpreted this way, and then how do I say it? And then the moment passes. And so my head was exploding and I wanted to say, what the F? And you know what? I actually wish I had. I mean, even it doesn't have to be perfect. It does, you know, and we've all been in meetings where you look and think, wow, why did that guy even think he could say that? Because it's like so ridiculous and off the wall. What gave him the whatever to you know, and that's something that I think we need to feel, that sometimes it's better to say even what is not well formulated, but to say something, and actually to anticipate that sometimes somebody's going to say something, especially in these days. It's good to not be surprised if somebody, when we're waiting to be checked out of the supermarket, says something to us. What are you going to say back? And, you know, it could be something as simple as, I want you to know that's not cool. That's not cool with me. I want you to know what you said about that anti-gay comment you made to so-and-so, that I don't agree with that. And you don't have to have a well-formulated argument. And I think that's one of the ways I've come to realize I could deal with it. Like, you know, turn the mirror back at somebody like, hey, you know, why are you saying that to me? Make them defend themselves. Don't feel like we have to react and be on the defensive. Shine it right back and say, like Wei Jiajiang, the White House correspondent, who was, you know, trashed, you know, dumped on by the president. And she said right back to him, why are you saying that to me? Why? And then make them explain it if they can. And in his case, he did not. He turned away. But so I think those are some ways of being proactive, knowing that someday something's going to be said or done. How are you going to react? I would say also that in this day, learn from the Black Lives Matter movement. We all, if you have a cell phone with a camera, be ready to record it. People don't believe things happen. People who are non-Asian do not believe that anti-Asian discrimination exists. And don't be surprised, be ready, have proof, show, you know, that is something that we can do too. So those are a few of my suggestions.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. I think you'll love this next question. So from your perspective, why does the nomination of Kamala mean for the people of color? And what advice would you give her during her next, you know, the next journey in the election?
Well, the nomination of Kamala Harris is just, I have to say, it's pretty mind-blowing. It's, I'm so thrilled that in my lifetime, not only seeing a multiracial woman of color breaking the gender barriers, breaking, you know, she's multiracial and Asian. And so she really, you know, encaptures this whole notion that we're not just one checkoff box, that we as human beings are complicated. You can't assume one thing about, you know, about somebody because of some part of their heritage. She's a proud Asian American, a proud Black American, a proud woman. And so for that, she is really going to be a beacon. I have to say, I don't think I have any advice for her because I think she's pretty awesome. And, you know, I actually am a California resident, so I've known of her work. and what she stands for and the integrity she has. So I think all of that is going to shine through. And I hope that will make some people have a kind of a mind shift about what they see about Asian Americans. So it's not advice, but I do hope she talks about her Asian American heritage as often as she can too, because, you know, that's all part of, when she does that, she just opens people's eyes and minds to the rest of us as well.
Well, I imagine if she were to meet you, Helen, you would be one of the ones she would tap for some sort of office of some sort. So we'll be watching for that here at NAAAP. So here's the next question. So people assume Asians are like me, are smart, so they don't understand the concern, like you mentioned. But the model minority myth is there. So how do you discount that? I mean, how do you respond back to that comment?
For that, all we have to do is point to reality. There are, in New York City, for example, Asian Americans are one of the highest groups who live in poverty. Asian American seniors, you know, are highly dependent on Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid, which is welfare. We have lots of Asian Americans who are suffering, who are essential workers, who do delivery. We know them. I'm sure many of you NAAP members, those are your family members. For me and my siblings, we knew that we had to at least get jobs where not only would we be able to support ourselves, but at some point in our lives, we'd have to support our parents and take care of their medical bills and make sure that they would be able to survive. And so these are the facts about living as Asian Americans. Sure, there are Asian Americans who are highly educated and have all of the success that goes along with that, with good, you know, well-paying jobs, good middle class or better lives. And that's a fact too. But the thing is, that doesn't mean that every Asian American has that kind of life. There are people who are undocumented. Many are Asian Americans. We have the highest percentage of immigrants of any racial group. People think that most Latinx people are immigrants, but actually most Latinx people are second or third or more generation Americans. And the whole immigration debate has kind of bypassed Asian Americans, even though our Asian American communities are more than about 70% immigrant. We have the highest rate of immigrants, and we have many refugees. And most of them are not leading lives that, you know, fit into the model minority. Sure, some do. Those who come in with, you know, with the skills that are being sought for by, you know, in the tech fields and so forth. But even then, it doesn't mean that life is perfect. And so this whole idea of being a model, I think, is part of the white supremacy myth. The model minority that myth supports white supremacy. Why? Because it says that there's a bad minority and there's a good minority, and it keeps the citizenry divided, which we see every day. And if we're divided, we can't stand together to try to, you know, make things better or do what John Lewis, you know, the great civil rights leader, said, to make good trouble. If we're all divided and fighting each other and distrusting each other, we can't fight for our own communities, let alone, you know, America as a whole. And I'd like to say one other thing. This is a pet peeve of mine. The model minority doesn't make trouble. And so over and over again, with this rising tide of anti-Asian harassment and violence, I have often heard anti-Asian sentiment. And so words count. It's not anti-Asian sentiment. There are many other words you can use: anti-Asian bias, anti-Asian prejudice, anti-Asian intolerance, anti-Asian racism. And so if we're going to talk about Asian Americans and systemic racism, we can't be shy about calling it for what it is when it's directed at our communities too. And so that's where I think we ourselves have ingested some of this view. And, you know, there's a lot of books and psychology and so forth about decolonizing our own minds, how these stereotypes are used not only against us, but used to have us think about ourselves in a way that isn't the healthiest either. So, so long answer to your question, Kim.
No, I have just two more questions for you. So, and this has come up quite a bit, especially as a working in a corporation and being in human resources, where we are now starting to have the conversations and people are asking us to take action. We're telling folks, do as much as you can to educate yourself on race relations and things that are happening in culture. But do you think corporations should be responsible for Asian history or other cultural history, or should that be something that starts earlier in a child's education?
Oh, definitely. I think this is something that, well, first of all, I think it's an all society thing, not just about Asian Americans, but, you know, a democracy depends on an informed citizenry. Companies are also part of that whole democracy. And so I don't know that I would say corporations have to teach people. That absolutely should begin at, you know, earliest education, you know, not just K through 12, but also preschool. There are plenty of children's books and, you know, little films and things like that that are available to that encourage kids to know about other people's history, not just theirs, but other people who are different from them or their families. So to learn and appreciate each other and each other's cultures, and about how to be civil to each other, how to be curious and not accusatory. And so in the corporate realm, you know, many companies actually do have ERGs, employee resource groups. They invite speakers, they have programs, they do things to encourage employees to be part of their communities. Well, all of those are forms of education, right? And you know, most companies are actually far ahead of where some parts of our government are, because the demographics of what's changing in America has been very clear for several decades, that the customer base, the employee base is all going to be a very changing America where, you know, there's not going to be any majority race. We're already like that in California. I think Texas is like that too. There are 10 states that have already passed that milestone. The entire country is going to be there in, you know, I say about 10 years. Some say 2040. I think it's going to be sooner than that. But anyway, so a lot of companies have been far-sighted enough to say, okay, even if this whole debate about whether it's affirmative action or race relations or Black Lives Matter or the model minority is like happening in the public sphere, companies that are far-sighted and have strategic plans know that if they want to have customers and employees in the future, that they've got to be able to address these questions and to have a workplace where everybody feels they can bring their whole self in and be as productive as they can, because they're not worrying about racism or homophobia or sexism, whether it's in the community or within their own company, or whether they'll get promoted because of how they look or who they love. And so, so to that extent, I would say, yes, corporations, companies definitely have a role to play. They're a big part. People spend, you know, after sheltering in place, spend most of their time actually in their workplaces, you know, their awake time. And so, so yes, there's a role to play. And I would just encourage for all of the NAAAP members, where you do have an employee resource group, affinity groups, that to use those as opportunities to not only learn about ourselves and teach others about Asian Americans and use those opportunities to learn about other communities too. That's the only way we're really going to get to this, new shift of people actually being civil to each other, breaking through these divides, talking about how to make our country better together, how to break down systemic racism. No group can do that by themselves. It's really going to take everybody, just like it's going to take everybody to, defeat this pandemic. So I guess that's a long way of saying, yeah, I do think companies definitely have a role to play, and we all do.
Right. So my last question, it's kind of a love question. So, I think for the majority of us, we are open to talking to complete strangers about why, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, blue lives matter. But some of us, it's pretty difficult when we're talking about our parents and people that, we we have so much respect for, but they have a certain way of thinking. So how do we convince our parents that they should be supportive of Black Lives Matter as well?
Number one, it's so important and great to have those conversations. Thank you for asking that. I mean, sometimes talking to our families, our extended families is the hardest place, but the most important, because these are the people who love us, we love them, we are connected to each other, whether we like it or not at all times. And so the first thing is to talk about it and maybe not feel like we have to convince them, but to ask them, like, what are your concerns? If you don't feel safe around X, Y, and Z, what would make you feel safe? What is it, the world that you would like to see? Were you always treated, and I hear often from the older generations of, well, I never experienced racism in my whole life in America, and I'm a guest here anyway, because often these are the immigrant generation. And then when you actually ask them, so what was the work you had to do? What did you expect when you came here and you were a doctor or a teacher or a nurse, or had a position of significance in your the homeland that you left? What did you have to do? What did you do when you got here? What did you experience? And that will have them tell their stories. And then they may not have the context of today to place that. But I've heard so many stories. I remember during the Vincent Chin case, there was a elder man who stood up. We were debating whether Asian Americans should even talk about racism in America when we were about to launch a civil rights campaign. And they were like, do we have to talk about race? Is that going to make us seem like we're part of the problem? And one gentleman got up and he said, I have worked for, and this was one of the big three American auto companies, I have worked for this company all my life. He spoke with an accent. I have trained every supervisor I have ever had. Every one of my supervisors just was right out of college, a young white man who knew nothing. And I trained every one of them. And I was never asked if I might consider being a supervisor. I was never considered for promotion. And it hurt every time in my 30 or 40 years that I worked for this company. And you could just feel his heart breaking. I mean, to work that long and give everything you have and to know that you were being, and then he said, and I never spoke up. I never spoke up, but now I must. I have to speak up now for my children, my grandchildren, for the future. And I think every one of us has a story like that in our families. I think a lot of our parents suffered a lot. And as a writer who my last book, I ended up interviewing people, the average age was 80, and most of them never told their kids about what they went through. And it's because they want to spare their adult children. Why tell them about the hard times, And so I think that's one way to begin to have a dialogue, not to get into a political debate. You know, there's time for that. It might lead to that, but also to first ask them to know where they're coming from, to hear some of their stories. And they may not have the words or the background to put it into the context of America today. They might not know about the civil rights movement or about early Asian American history. And that's where being able to connect it to their lives is one way to talk about it. As my own mother, when she was, you know, in her late 80s, we had lots of conversations that in my younger days, I just didn't even think I wanted to go there. And by being able to talk to my own mom about what she had been through, things that I only learned about as a late adult, you know, then I was able to really have much deeper conversations with her on things that were real to her from her own life. And I think maybe that's where the best way to break through with our own families is.
Great. Thank you, Helen. You know, through your personal stories and the sharing of the experiences of others that you've interviewed, you certainly have moved us all. It's inspiring, and definitely for me and for others on the call for the meeting today, we'll continue our fight for civil rights and equality. So on behalf of NAAAP, Helen, thank you for being an inspiration and just a beautiful reminder that one voice can make a difference when heard from the heart. Again, congratulations on your NAAAP 100 honor, and thank you for spending the time with us today. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, and thanks to NAAAP and all of you and what you're doing. Your leadership, it inspires me to know that we have really a big difference to make through all of you. And so I'm really looking forward to all of the change you're making, and it feels just so proud to be with you today. It's been quite an honor, and I can't wait to see all of the changes that are going to be happening starting after this convention, or even starting at this convention.
We're going to eat first, Helen. We're going to go eat first.
Okay. Kim, thank you very much. Yeah, I want to go have Korean food right now too. So.
Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, hope you're having a great time at NAAAP's first ever virtual leadership convention. So my name is Vitran. I'm from NAAAP Kansas City and Self-Care and Wellness by NAAAP. Now, we ran a little contest to see which chapter could register the most attendees, and the grand prize was a personalized, customized song of the genre of their choice for the winning chapter. It was neck and neck all the way to the finish line, but we do have a winner, and the winner is NAAAP Atlanta. I'll be in touch soon with your very, very special song. Now back to the show.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for staying the whole day with us. We really had a great time presenting all of our wonderful speakers. Again, I'm Cindy Robinson, wrapping up the day with you. We want to first thank our sponsors, the many that have made today possible and our whole year and our whole program possible, as well as speakers and thought leaders. I learned a lot today. Amongst the many things that I learned was that we are truly in an unprecedented time. I feel like we can level the playing field and really tap into our authentic selves and figure out how we work, how we communicate, how we connect, because it's all different. It's all changing. and that we have to keep our eyes open for one another, as well as our best way of setting our boundaries, as well as kind of our reach, what we really want to accomplish. I think we also heard from a number of our business speakers that we have to continually to be vigilant in how the economy is going to behave and how we can contribute to lifting up those who are younger than us and those who are our neighbors, as well as our colleagues, and look out for one another. In terms of self-care and wellness, we want to make sure that we take care of ourselves, put on our own oxygen masks, but also extend a hand out to people who might be a little bit lost and a little bit isolated. So those are our younger generation, those who are in college, as well as those who are older and may live with us or may live alone. I think for us next, I wanted to just wrap up a couple things for NAAAP and for you, our audience. First of all, we have great news from one of our sponsors, Coca-Cola. They are raffling off a crystal collector's item Coca-Cola bottle. And if we have, we pulled the name from all of our registrants. If you are still in the house, I need you to basically say, hey, I'm here in the chat. The name that we pulled was Kelly Yamanuchi from Atlanta. If you are here, you are the winner. If not, we'll go to the next name, but I will get some feedback on that in just a second. The next thing for NAAAP is we will have a lot of programs coming this fall. We will continue our programs in leadership development, community service, as well as Pan-Asian professional networking. We'll be doing a lot of that virtually, obviously. We hope that you can continue to follow us on naap.org and connect with your local chapters. All of those of you who are new members of NAAAP, because you actually paid for the conference, we're going to get you plugged into your local chapter, make an introduction by email. And if you feel moved by today's programming and know that we are struggling to continue making programs available, virtualizing anything that we can share across our great lands, that you might be able to donate to us. So if anyone feels moved to even give a little bit, you can go to naap.org, which is NAAAP.org, look for the yellow donate button, and let us know if you can donate. And we'll be matching that from contributions from our executive team, which includes me, and our national board up to $15,000 for any donations made up to midnight tonight. So thank you for doing that. We will be sending out a survey for your feedback on the technology, the troubles that you had, some of the access issues. We really want to hear what we can do better. Any of the programs that you suggest for us to follow up on and continue looking at into the future, that survey will be coming on Tuesday of this week. All of the recordings of both the sessions on the YouTube side as well as on NAAAP TV side will be available in about 2 or 3 hours after the end of tonight's program, and they will be available by link and on the platform NAAAP TV for 30 days. So your registration to today's conference will enable you to access all of those recordings for 30 days. And finally, what we have in the future. What we are looking for in the fall is getting really back to our leadership programming, but also expanding the ways that we can be leaders, inclusive leaders in our workplaces and in our communities. We are starting a task force that we call Allies for Inclusion. We want to be really mindful of how we reach out to not just the Asian American community, but everybody, all colors, all backgrounds, all orientations. So if you are interested in that, please join us, that we know that this is an area we'll be focusing on going forward. My final notes to all of you, or final request of you, is you've heard it many times in our public service announcements today. Please vote, please register to vote, make your voice heard, not just every day at work, not just in your family, not just in your community, but also on election day. And with that, I am saying thank you for being here. If you want to reach us, you can find us on registration@naap.org or pr@naap.org. We hope to hear from you, and you'll be hearing from us with the survey. Thank you and good night.